whatever and locked up, and I don't know if it ever technically could be, then that is something that's going to, maybe you're performing at 90% or 80% or 70%, but it ain't 100%.
That's a lot of guilt, man.
I mean, yeah, it's tough to deal with. It doesn't seem to have affected his play. His play's been tremendous since then.
But as Dunaway said, man, there has been some off games.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, I don't know. I would hate to speculate on that, but I do think it's important to point out, as we've talked about all of this, the district attorney has said there is nothing to charge him with. And this is not a new revelation. This is something the police have known, again, since night one. Brandon Miller's windshield was struck by the bullets.
Twice.
Lucky
not to be hit.
I would imagine so, yeah. I don't know where he was in relation to the car or even the scene. If he had delivered the gun and moved on and gotten out of there, I don't know. But twice his windshield was hit by bullets. So this is, again, something the police have known from night one, and Brandon Miller has never been arrested, never been charged, never even been suggestions that he would be, nor Jaden Bradley, who was also on site.
Yeah, so that case will continue to fall. Thanks to our friends at AL.com for that information as those court proceedings are underway there. Thank you to our friend Tommy Spina, who gave us some information there as well on the legal side of that. Tomorrow should be a fun show, as always. Don't forget to like and subscribe on our gaming channel, where we'll play our Madden Championship coming up in just about 5 minutes. We'll get underway over there, and you can watch us live there. Big basketball tonight. The only state bet we have is on the Madden game coming up, so we got no basketball tonight.
Come on, Scotty. I need one.
Marquette and Creighton's a big one in basketball tonight on FS1 at 7:30. But Texas A&M Tennessee, you don't have to comment here because you may be sending that play.
I don't have that game.
You're not playing that game? Okay, give me thoughts on Tennessee at Texas A&M tonight. First, the news on the big player that's out. Bobby, in fact, says he's betting his entire stamp collection on the under in the first half.
Now, I would be careful, but this is Aaron Torres, who covers Tennessee for Fox Sports, says Santiago Vescovi has an illness and is not expected to play tonight. That's in addition to Josiah Jordan-James, who's been out for a bit, and Julian Phillips, who's an unknown, as he says. So they could have three starters out for that game tonight, including their best player.
Including, their best player, no doubt, best shooter, best offense, which is what would scare me about this game, is that he's their best offensive player.
Oh, he is their best offensive player, and I'm looking at it right now, and this number, it just hasn't moved at all. It's still sitting at A&M -1.5, so I guess they're waiting. If you want to get down, I feel really good about A&M now. Tennessee has struggled on the road. They've struggled to score. They're averaging 62 points per game on the road. They've lost 3 consecutive road games. Now your best scorer is not going to play?
And their big guy has a foul issue. He gets into foul trouble, the big guy in the middle. I don't know his name top of my head, but he's got where he gets into some foul issues pretty quickly. So I was counting on Tennessee to beat Texas A&M tonight to get a little breathing room for Alabama to win the SEC regular season championship. Looks like this thing could go down to that final game in College Station.
We'll see, Jim. I've doubted them all along.
Texas A&M hosting Tennessee tonight. Should be a really interesting game. 6 o'clock. You can watch that one on ESPN, the main ESPN. I wonder if Billis is doing another ESPN SEC game tonight.
You got Seth Greenberg on the Bama game tomorrow. I do know that.
Yeah, how about that?
Former South Florida coach.
We talked about that with Rick Pitino earlier at South Florida. Tomorrow we'll set the table for a crucial Auburn at home Ole Miss game and Alabama on the road at South Carolina and any more of the legal stuff that happens. But until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the Live Daily Show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Big night in basketball last night and all the other sporting news that is going on. But as most of you have been discussing since about the 12:30 Central mark yesterday, a lot of discussion around Brandon Miller, Nate Oates, and the University of Alabama. So we'll get into that to start off the show. Carol Robinson of AL.com, who was in the courtroom yesterday and is doing a lot of the heavy lifting on the reporting, will be with us in the next segment to talk about some of the legal stuff that was said yesterday. Tommy Spina will be with us at 11 o'clock to start the final half of the show. He'll be in studio with us to talk about some of the legal questions out there. Listen, we are about as honest as we can be, being media people and sitting behind these microphones every day for 4 hours doing an unscripted show. I don't know what these guys are going to say about this. I really don't know what I'm going to say about this, except we're going to try to be honest with you. Honestly, and this is a sad statement on me as a human being and maybe us as a society, I had not thought about this murder in a month until yesterday when this news came out, the latest that we found out about it with Brandon Miller. And that's an indictment on me as a person, but with thousands of murders in America every day, it washes over me. And I had not thought about it in a long, long time. And then this comes out yesterday, and I am sometimes saddened by the fact that we really are not talking about the murder. We're talking about the playing status of a player. And sadly, once that is decided, I think most of the world will go back to not talking about the murder again. And that's my honest thoughts as we start the conversation today. What did you take away from yesterday?
Same thing. I mean, this morning I was thinking a lot about that, the exact sentiment that you've got there, that we haven't brought this up. It's been 5 weeks. And, when it initially went down, people talked about Darius Miles for a minute, and it seemed like it was like a day or two possibly. And now it seems like this thing is going to be talked about, as you said, until Brandon Miller is either cleared or, this guy doesn't ever play again for Alabama. But you're right. The victim, sadly, has been forgotten. And, if Brandon Miller is not even involved in this, if this is just – yesterday, if they go to court, and obviously this case is going to be sent to a grand jury, but if it has nothing to do with Brandon Miller, I don't think we're talking about it right now.
Well, I know we're not. I wonder how many people in America are.
Oh, not none. I mean, because it washes over and you move on. But this is what we do. So, I get what you're saying there, but as it relates to the people who consume this show, the Brandon Miller story is the bigger of the two stories.
No, 100%. That's how it makes it into our show.
Right. That's the way it is. I'm sorry it's that way, but that's the way it is. And a lot of people. I mean, look, we said this at the end of yesterday's show. The day after this happened, people in the chat room were already saying Brandon Miller and Jaden Bradley were on the scene. Now, we didn't run with that because it's irresponsible on our part, right? I saw it in the chat room. I had a lot of people telling me that. But I had seen no legal documents or nothing had come up in court, and that's unfair to those guys because my assumption was had they been intimately involved in this, they would have been arrested, right? So if there's no arrest record, I'm not going to drag them into it until you know what happened there. So this has been out there for a very, very long time, and honest to goodness, I kind of thought it was over. I didn't know such a salacious piece of evidence was going to come up in this initial hearing.
And that is exactly my point.
Yeah.
Did we hear that other players were around it to start with?
Absolutely.
Yes, everybody had.
Yeah.
And Alabama had addressed that. But did we know it was what came out yesterday? I did not.
No, I did not. I didn't know the detail to, again, you hear a lot of rumors. I'd heard some things about where the gun came from and things like that. I had no idea how it was going to play out until it actually played out. And when it played out yesterday, right or wrong, a lot of people ran with a lot of things from that hearing yesterday, and it has mushroomed. It has blown up to the point that it is maybe the biggest story in sports right now. I mean, you've got the overall number one seed whose star player, there are a lot of people that wonder, even if there's not enough evidence to arrest him or charge him with anything, if he plays again at Alabama. Now, people are asking that question. I'm going to say he should or shouldn't. I'm just saying people are asking that question.
Yeah,
That's a pretty big story.
I was really surprised. I watched a good bit of SportsCenter this morning, didn't see it, and then it transitioned over to Get Up when I was getting a workout in, and I typically watch first 15, 20 minutes of that show, and they were talking Lamar Jackson, Aaron Rodgers, but it never came up.
It was on after basketball last night. SVP did it after the highlights of all the big game, but in the first block. And it included this quote, this comment from Nate Oates, which timed out for this was not a special news conference, for those that don't know. It was not a special news conference to react to this. This was part of his weekly news conference as they were getting ready to travel to South Carolina. But Nate gives this comment and then has to clarify throughout the evening to sort of change his comments, soften his comments, rearrange his comments.
Apologize for his comments.
Apologize for his comments after this yesterday as it was happening almost in real time while he was behind a microphone.
It was discussed in court this morning that Brandon's car was involved with Darius' situation. Just how comfortable were you with his proximity to that? And also, if there's any NBA scouts who might be inquiring, what would you say to them about that?
Yeah, I mean, we've known the situation since we've been fully cooperating with law enforcement the entire time. I mean, the whole situation's sad. I mean, you just think of it. We team closed practice with a prayer for the situation today. Again, knowing that we had this trial today. I mean, you think of Jamia and her family and Kane, really think about her son Kane that was left behind. So it's sad. We knew about that. I mean, you can't control everything anybody does outside of practice. Nobody knew that was going to happen. College kids are out. Brandon hasn't been in any type of trouble, nor is he in any type of trouble on this case, like in the wrong spot at the wrong time. So we'll address it when I'm sure NBA scouts will ask. They do their homework. But, yeah, I think the article that it came out in also stated Brandon's been interviewed. He's they're comfortable with everything that happened there.
The wrong place, wrong time was the one that everybody latched onto, obviously, from Nate Oates. And Nate apologized. It was a tone-deaf thing for Nate to say. My wife has a saying, I don't have a grid for this. Like, a friend gives her something, I just don't really have a grid for this. I don't know how to deal with it. And I get that a coach doesn't have a grid for one of his now former players being involved in a murder and one of his current players being questioned in it, having some sort of at least being in the proximity of it. I get that you don't have that grid. And listen, I have a million times said things that I really wish we had a rewind button in life and I could go back and unsay them. You can't do that. And Nate Oates can't do that today. All he could do is say, hey, I screwed that one up. And he did. Nate screwed that one up bad. Yeah, it was a bad look for him.
And this is going to sound insensitive, but who has that grid is his representation. I mean, we know some guys that when this goes down, look, after the preliminary hearing, you're going to be asked these questions, and this is the way to answer it. And to end that by saying wrong spot at the wrong time was obviously insensitive.
It was, and he had to come back and clarify it. He even knew, and the people around him, his statement, I thought it was important for me to clarify the unfortunate remarks I made earlier. This entire time, I've tried to be thoughtful in my words relative to this tragic incident, and my statements came across poorly. And he went on to talk about how they were working with law enforcement, and they have done that since day one. And that is another thing to point out, that, according to the people in charge in Tuscaloosa, the law enforcement folks there, that Brandon Miller and Jaden Bradley have cooperated fully and have been truthful in their statements, and Alabama has worked with them as well. And again, it seems to be the biggest focus is on Brandon Miller's status moving forward. That is something Clay Travis, who appears on this show, has been harping on. Dan Wetzel, Wolken,
Pat Forty,
Stuart Mandel, Pat Forty. Every national person the question is about Brandon Miller's status. And I said this yesterday right after the show to some people in the lobby. You know, what do you do? I don't know what you do. If I'm the coach, apparently, according to Nate, I've known this since January 16th, and he's played every dribble since January 16th. So do you change it now that it's out in the public? Well, that looks like you were just hoping it wouldn't come out in the public, right? Do you suspend him for 2 games? Does that seem a half a dribble? Do you kick him off the team? I don't know what the answer is, but whatever it is, it's going to seem like you didn't do the right thing, right?
I don't know. I mean, when people were talking about, well, you got to suspend Brandon Miller, I'm like, I mean, you've been playing him all this time.
Yeah, since January 16th.
I mean, and Nate Oates' own words, they knew all this information. This is not new. Now, while this might be some new information to people that were sitting in court yesterday and might confirm some of the rumors we've heard.
It's new information to us, no doubt.
Well, I mean, it confirms rumors we've heard, not necessarily new information, but just confirmation of what you've heard. For some people sitting in the court and some people reading stories nationwide, it's brand new information for them. Based on Nate Oates' words, I don't get the sense it's new information to them. I think they completely understood what happened here. So when people start talking about, oh, you got to suspend it, well, you've been playing him for a month now knowing this. I don't know why you would suspend him now.
Hypothetically, if you retroed this and you went back and you said, hey, look, obviously terrible situation. Darius Miles has been charged. Brandon Miller was involved in some capacity. We are going to suspend him for 4 games. And, I mean, do you think the optics are much different?
Well, no. You would have pretty much the same outrage now when this comes out. They would have said 4 games? Why only 4 games? Why not 8? Why not the rest of the season? At this point, it's either you ride the rest of the way with him or I guess you kick him off the team. That's why I say I don't know what you do.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Because you knew this information. And I will say this. You know, we're friends with Greg Byrne and, the president and whomever at the University of Alabama. There is no way that they know all of this information and Nate Oates makes this call on his own, right?
No, I wouldn't think so.
Yeah,
I mean, this is now, though it happened off campus, and there is some confusion on that too because ultimately the victim was found outside of Bryant-Denny Stadium. That was because they rode from the Strip to Bryant-Denny Stadium. So this was an off-campus incident, but it involved enrolled students.
That's
so,
right.
You got some jurisdiction, you don't have some jurisdiction, the way I understand it. I just don't like. So if you suspend him or you kick him off the team, that's only because the story was made public.
That's right.
I mean, you've made this. That's why I don't know what the discussion is because to me, Alabama, Nate Oates, Greg Byrne, the president, the board of trustees, whoever was involved in this decision making, knew the facts and said, keep playing the kid.
That's right.
So I don't know how you suspend him now. So you suspend him because the story came out and you look bad?
But if it was all of those people, the president, the board of trustees, Greg Byrne, Nate Oates is going to be the face of this.
Oh, he is. He is.
But
this is not a decision he made on his own. There's
I'm not
no
saying
way.
that at all.
There's no way.
But I'm saying the heat is going to be on Nate Oates for allowing him to play.
Right.
Whether he continues to play, he was playing since January 15th. Ultimately, what is the fallout on Nate Oates?
Yeah, I mean,
if there is any,
I don't know that there is. I mean, again, you're right. He didn't make the call on his own, but he's the face of Alabama basketball. More people know who Nate Oates is than Greg Byrne. So Nate Oates is the guy that is going to take the arrows for this from the national media to the extent that you care about that. And again, I just say they've already made the decision. He continues to play. So Alabama looked at it and said, what the district attorney's office or the police officers in Tuscaloosa or whoever says Brandon Miller and Jaden Bradley's role was in this, we have looked at that and said it does not meet the level to which we should suspend or discipline these players. Alabama has already made that decision. A lot of people are calling them to make that decision because they're new to this story today.
That's right.
Alabama made this decision back in January and said, we have looked at this. We do not believe for these 2 players it rises to the level of any sort of suspension or discipline.
That's right.
That we know of. Now, maybe they were disciplined behind the scenes, and Nate Oates hasn't brought that up. I don't know, but there was no loss of playing time that we could tell.
And that was a decision, as Brownie is pointing out, was made back in January when the murder happened, and they were fully cooperating with law enforcement back then. Now it's just new information to all of us that did not hear the rumors, that did not know to the level that they were involved, that there were bullet holes in windshields and things like that. We'll talk to Carol Robinson in the next segment, who has a lot of the details of everything that went on in court and can explain it a lot better than I can on the legal ease of all this. And, that's another thing that, rises up here is there was no criminal charges. The DA, what's the quote? The DA said there's nothing we could charge Miller with. There's nothing we can charge Miller with. So that's another thing that, for a lot of people, they don't understand.
I mean, and here's where I am on this. So Michael Davis is the guy that actually fired the shot that actually killed.
He's accused of doing that.
Jamea Harris.
Yeah.
He was given the gun by Darius Miles.
Correct.
And apparently it was Darius's gun.
Darius's gun, yes.
And Brandon Miller gave Darius the gun.
Now there's where if you want to play attorney here, the word "gave" is going to be a key word right there.
But I guess the fact would be that he did text Brandon Miller and said, "Bring me my joint." So he delivered in some capacity.
He delivered it in some capacity, right? Yeah.
So
that's where intent comes in. And Tommy Spina, I would prefer to have that conversation with Tommy because I didn't go to law school.
That's where I've got to disconnect and I'm a little confused.
Right. Yeah, I mean it is a very confusing story because you're right. How does one become accessory to murder? That one's pretty clear with Miles, right? But then where do you stop the chain? If somebody passed somebody the gun, somebody passed somebody the gun, somebody passed somebody the gun that killed somebody. Where does the chain stop there, right? And intent is where the chain stops.
Yep. And all of that is very serious legal questions and life-altering decisions that were made. And then somehow you blend sports and whether a kid should keep playing or not into that discussion. And that's where it becomes a heated debate for most people that are coming new to this story a month later. We'll talk to Carol about that coming up in our next segment. Later on, Tommy Spina in studio. Other than that, we will do some other stuff throughout the day, including what was a big night in basketball last evening on the court as well. And we will talk a little bit about the NFL tag season that is now underway. Should Lamar Jackson maybe end up down the road in Atlanta with the Falcons? We'll do some of the other sports stories as well. Alabama has a basketball game tonight. I cannot imagine the emotions around that team. What will Brandon play or not? Will Jaden Bradley play or not? We'll see tonight. That's 8 o'clock on ESPN2. A lot of the country will be watching to see the decision Alabama made or if they'll just stand by with the decision they made back in January. Ole Miss is at Auburn tonight in what is a must-win game for Auburn as far as their March Madness NCAA tournament hopes are considered. They've lost 4 or 5, 8 o'clock on the SEC network for that last night. We'll get to some other results and then talk to Carol coming up. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Michelson. That's our Michelson look ahead on what's coming up here today on the
for you 969-8100. That is the number to call. Again, I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. After the procedure, 2015 vision. Write the number down. Stop procrastinating. 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You have 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, Dr. Mort Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, conveniently located UAB Highlands. Call today, 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
We'll talk to Carol Robinson here in just a second. Part of the show today is being brought to you by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com. We'll be up there on Friday in Coleman to kick off another great show weekend with our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Yeah, great show at the Decatur show. They're going to have the Coleman show this weekend. It starts 8:30 Friday through 6, 8:30 to 5 Saturday, 1 to 5 Sunday there at Coleman. I-65 exit 304. 334 location had a great show. They're going to have another great one. We're going to be up there Friday. Sometime around 3:30 or so. So come see us. Johnston RV Center. You can always see it online. JohnstonRVCenter.com. Carol Robinson is with us. Carol has been with AL.com and the Birmingham News for many, many years. It's the first time she's ever been on our show, and we welcome her in on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. How are you today, Carol?
Good morning. I'm well. How are y'all?
Doing fantastic. Thanks a lot. Carol was in the courtroom yesterday, so we're going to try to maybe get some more details, especially as it relates to Brandon Miller and Jaden Bradley. And I want to apologize in advance, Carol. We may interrupt you a couple of times if we need some clarification. So we don't like doing that, but I do want to apologize in advance.
Interrupt.
So I mean, everyone knows that by now that Brandon Miller dropped Miles off, did not want to go in the club, left. Can you pick up the timeline as best you can as it relates to Brandon Miller from that moment?
Yes. Well, we don't know where Brandon Miller went, after he dropped off Darius Miles and Jaden Bradley at the club, the 1225 club. But we know that shortly after 1:30 a.m. that Sunday, which was January 15th, there was, I would not call it I guess there was an altercation or an encounter, might be the better word, between Michael Davis and Darius Miles with the victim, Jamia Harris, her boyfriend and her cousin. They were all in a car. They had left the club also. According to all accounts, there was no interaction, nothing inside the club. But after the club, when they were sitting there eating food, Miles and Davis approached their car. Davis was dancing around the car and basically trying to get, Jamia Harris's phone number. At that point, her boyfriend rolled down the window, said words to the effect of, she's got a boyfriend, she's not interested, do you need to move along? There was some jawing back and forth. I think Davis said, I don't want your girl. And Miles and Davis left that area, left the car. According to testimony, Miles then texted Brandon Miller and, said, "Bring me my gun," but he used slang words to say that. And the gun was apparently already in Miller's car, and Miller returned. And at that point, Miles and Davis went to Miller's Dodge Charger. Miles told Davis, again using slang, where the gun was, which was in the back seat, and Davis retrieved that gun. He went back to the victim's vehicle, to the driver's side window, and opened fire.
Was Brandon Miller asked by authorities when Darius Miles reached out and asked him to bring his, and I think the slang was joint, back? Was he asked what he thought he was bringing that back for?
According to the detective's testimony and Darius Miles' defense attorney, Miles had said something to the effect of there was someone, quote, faking, and the defense attorney indicated that meant, threat.
Carol, if you can, explain to us what the DA told you about any charges with Brandon Miller, because I think a lot of people around the country are asking, why is Brandon Miller not being charged with something? You guys were asking the DA about Brandon Miller's role in this. What did you learn from the DA?
Right. That was our obvious question. That was the first question after the hearing ended. And basically, the Chief Deputy District Attorney, Paula Whitley, said, first, I can't answer that question, but then went on to say that there was nothing to charge him with according to the law.
Carol Robinson is with us. She's a public safety reporter for AL.com, and you can follow her on Twitter at @RobinsonCarol. She's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. There are a couple things that are in this story that I want to ask you about just to get some clarification, if I can. So there was slang used here, but essentially at some point, and I'm confused who said this, who the authorities think said this, but at some point said the gun is in the hat, and essentially or used slang to say a bullet is in the chamber. Who actually said that to whom?
Darius Miles said that to Michael Davis. He said the heat is in the hat.
Okay.
At the gun.
Mm-hmm.
And then he went on to say, that there's in the head.
Okay, because there was some confusion. I think some people thought Brandon Miller may have been saying that to Miles. So that was not Brandon Miller saying that at all. Okay.
No. Brandon Miller, that was Miles, Darius Miles.
And there has been some confusion. Now, I know Brandon Miller's windows got a couple of bullet holes in them, but there's some confusion about this blockade. Can you clear up, there was, there were some cars apparently that had blocked the Jeep the victim was in.
Yeah, a Charger and a Challenger that I think Jaden Bradley and Brandon Miller owned. The report was, or there's an allegation out there, that they blocked in the victim's Jeep.
Correct. When I spoke with Jamia Harris's mother, in the days following her death, her mother said that there were two vehicles that intentionally blocked in Jamia Harris's Jeep from leaving. In testimony yesterday, the words the detective used, were that there were two vehicles, which he stated were Miller's and Bradley's, blocking the road, and the Jeep could not leave. He did not indicate whether that was intentional or not.
When you say the district attorney or the police didn't?
The detective,
okay.
Brandon Culpepper.
All right, so the detective, Brandon Culpepper, didn't indicate that was intentional, that they were trying to block the Jeep in.
Correct. We just don't know the answer to that.
Yeah. Should be noted here, all of Carol's information coming from testimony in court yesterday. How much, and help me if I'm wrong on this, there's dash cam video and that comes from Brandon Miller's car. Is that true? And what role has that played in the entire investigation from the moment that police were called?
Right. They have multiple videos. They have surveillance video from the houndstooth. They have surveillance video from the Publix, and they had surveillance video from Brandon Miller's dash cam. And I can't specify which video caught what, but all of it is being used as evidence in the case.
Do we know whether or not Jamia Harris's boyfriend had a gun on him?
He did. He fired 2 shots after Michael Davis opened fire, and Davis was struck in the shoulder and grazed on the side. They testified, court documents and testimony from yesterday indicate Michael Davis fired the first shot.
Carol Robinson is with us for a few more moments, AL.com. You can read all of her work there. Follow her on Twitter at Robinson Carol. She's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You have covered a ton of these. So for those that don't know, this was a hearing to determine if there was enough evidence to hand this over to a grand jury. And if I'm not mistaken, you thought it was unusual that decision wasn't made right away. Why is that unusual, and do you read anything into that?
No, I don't read anything into it because I've never covered something in this judge's courtroom.
Okay.
Typically, the judge at the end of the hearing just says, I've heard all the evidence, and I ruled that there is enough evidence to move this case forward to a grand jury. 99.9% of the time, it's forwarded on to the grand jury. I thought it was a little unusual that she took it under advisement, but again, there was 2.5 hours of testimony, several witnesses, and I guess she wanted to, take her time to thoroughly examine everything she'd heard.
You've sat in a lot of courtrooms, you've heard a lot of these hearings, so I haven't, Carol, so I don't know, if this is even, and you could tell me, Ryan, that's a terrible question, and I'm fine with that. But and a lot of people, understandably, on this show are concerned about Brandon Miller and Jaden Bradley. From the testimony of the detective, from what you heard from the district attorney, and maybe this is trying to read intent, and I don't ask you to do that, did you get the feeling they thought that these were just somewhat innocent bystanders, that they made poor decisions? I mean, could you glean any sort of feeling what they thought their overall role or lack of role was in this?
No, I mean, they were treated in testimony strictly as witnesses, in my opinion.
In other words, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, Carol, but I feel like I'm cross-examining you, and I apologize for that. But in other words, you would say that they weren't treated as if the district attorney or the police thought they had a greater role in this and maybe were cooperative, so that they are being treated differently, I guess is kind of what I'm trying to ask. And I don't know that you can glean that from any sort of hearing like this anyway.
Yeah, definitely cannot glean that from any sort of from the hearing. That's the best I can answer.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Well, I would ask this question as well, because I've gotten this in my timeline. Since they were not charged, was there, for their cooperation, is that why they were not charged, or are they saying they didn't violate any laws?
Well, I think, and I've talked to, some legal experts, basically it comes down to knowledge and intent. And I think what they are stating is that Brandon Miller may have had, or obviously had, no idea what the gun was going to be used for.
So as far as you know, is the only text Darius Miles sent to Brandon Miller was the one that said just, bring me my gun, basically?
Yeah. That's the only one talked about in court yesterday.
And did it come up in court that, was there an understanding that Miles had that gun in the car earlier and either accidentally or intentionally left it? Did any of that come up?
No, that did not come up.
Okay. So there are still a lot of questions that remain to be answered. And
correct.
Yeah. And when do they think? When would you anticipate this goes to trial, Carol?
So if it'll go to the grand jury in the next couple months. Grand jury proceedings are secret, so we don't really know when they're going to happen, and we're not privy to the testimony in a grand jury. We become aware of it if an indictment is issued. And if an indictment is issued, and, they always say you can indict a ham sandwich. It doesn't take much to get an indictment. It could be a year, 2 years, 3 years before it goes to trial. I'm covering trials now of crimes that happened in 2018. So Tuscaloosa obviously has probably a bit of a smaller caseload, of murder and capital murder cases than, say, Jefferson County. So it could be quicker, but you're looking at a year to 2 years, I would think.
Yeah. Okay. Carol, we appreciate it. I know those are a lot of questions there and a lot of stuff you couldn't answer, but I do appreciate you taking some time with us and trying to answer as much as you could for those of us that aren't as up to date on this stuff as you are.
Or in the courtroom.
Or in the courtroom like you were.
Yeah, it was an interesting situation.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. Thank you for the time, Carol. Have a great week.
Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate it.
All right, take care. Carol Robinson is there on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
There's still a lot of unknowns.
There are.
But I mean, just our legal system, 2 to 3 years.
Oh, it's tough, yeah.
Before you maybe even go to trial.
Well, I mean, to be fair in that, I mean, I do think, first of all, you know, the prosecution has to build their case, which is no easy thing to do, right?
No.
I mean, you gotta talk to a ton of witnesses. You've got to decide this person is credible, this person we don't believe is credible. We want this one on the stand. We don't want this one on the stand.
Video helps a lot, though.
Video certainly helps a lot, but you don't want to have a murder trial halfway. I mean, you want it to be a buttoned up process. We're you know, we all get our day in court. You want it to be as straight up as it can be. So, I mean, while you would prefer these things to happen quicker, you also don't want to rush them.
Man, and I don't want to be one-sided on this, but based on what we hear there, you know, Darius Miles reaches out, bring me my gun.
Mm-hmm.
What are you bringing a gun for at 1:30? I know he said that, you know, there was a threat. Well, why not call 911? You got plenty of time if you've got time to bring a gun there. The other thing is if it's a threat, why do you have 2 cars blocking in the threat? That seems pretty aggressive. More aggressive than defensive.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know the answer to those questions. I mean, those are questions that again, this was not the murder trial. This was just a hearing to see if there will be a trial. So, you know, not all evidence is going to be laid out right, you know, in this case here. The car was backed into what I've seen. I've never seen Grace Street. I've seen it described as an alley, a very narrow alley. You know, I don't know why the cars were parked the way they were parked. According to Carol, nobody said it was intentional. I don't know that they said it wasn't intentional.
And the only reason I asked about, you know, the plea deal or something like that, if there was one, because people keep asking, how is one person not charged but the other person is charged? And, you know, sometimes there's no charges if you cooperate and, you know, give information. And she says there was none of that.
Yeah, and I think the assumption here is, and I asked Carol if this came up because I was curious if anybody addressed this, because the assumption has always been Miller didn't want to go into the club, 1225 Club, I believe is the name of the club. Miles did, but Miles also knew he couldn't carry a gun into the club, so he left his gun in Miller's car. That's why I was asking Carol that, whether Miller knew that from the beginning or not. Did Darius Miles say, hey, by the way, I got a gun on me, I'm going to leave it in the back seat here, I don't want to go in? Or when he texted Miller that, Miller like, oh crap, there's a gun in the back of my back seat. Because I know you have your stance on that, but I have said, put yourself in Brandon Miller's situation. Let's be fair to him. If somebody texts you and says, I left my gun in your back seat, you're just going to say, I'm not bringing it to you. I'm going home with that gun.
I mean, I personally would.
Yeah, but you've also got the benefit of hindsight in this situation and say, well, I wish he'd done that. We all do.
I just assume, and, you know, he was hanging out with Michael Davis that night, and Michael Davis was on record saying that he was drinking tequila all night. He doesn't remember anything. If you two are out drinking and you leave your gun in my car, sorry, man, I'm just not going to bring your gun to you.
I don't think I would either. Yeah,
I'm just not.
I don't think I would either.
Yeah. Now, again, you're right. I've got the benefit of hindsight.
The benefit of hindsight, and I mean, does Brandon? And a lot of people say, well, Brandon Miller knew what that gun was going to, that there was some sort of issue. You asked Carol that question about, was that the only text? I don't know what pieces of information Brandon Miller had there. I know he knew all of a sudden, or he previously knew, I got a gun in my backseat that doesn't belong to me. It belongs to Darius Miles.
Yeah, look, I still make some really bad decisions. I made horrible decisions at 18. But if you're Brandon Miller, with the future in front of you, you just can't be associated with any of this.
And a lot of people have brought up that, okay, there's no criminal charges against him. But down the road, and I think a lot of Americans learned about this, sadly, during the O.J. Simpson trial, there can be civil suits and such coming up. And if you look with everybody who is mentioned in this story, the one guy that is going to be a multimillionaire in the next 12 months is going to be Brandon Miller. And you wonder if somewhere down the road, if there are any civil charges. and if his name is included in that, but not in the criminal charges. Something I guess we'll find out over the next year or so.
And I'm not speculating, but you know how people are with money. And look, there's a lot of families that would want justice in all means, and there are other families that would say, hey, look, this one guy that might be involved is going to make millions and millions of dollars. Why not make sure that he makes this money where we can get our pound of flesh?
And real quick, I just want Jeffy is right. If you don't take the gun back, now you're riding around with a gun that who knows what has happened with that gun in the back of your car. What if you get pulled over for speeding?
Okay, I would rather, okay.
And the cop looks in the back and sees that gun there, and all of a sudden that gun's connected to a murder.
Yeah,
I don't know.
But it's not mine.
Well, I know. That's easy. But do you think that's going to be the end of your troubles? That's not my gun, officer. I'm sorry. You think they're going to say, oh, okay, sir, we'll just head on to the house.
Do you really believe? I mean, I thought you just said this. And again, I don't have, these dots aren't connecting for me. Did you not say that Darius Miles wanted to go to Club 1225?
That's the assumption.
But did not want to take his gun or could not take his gun in. So
that's the assumption.
Brandon Miller knew that he left the gun in the car.
I don't know that. I don't know if he just like, oh, God, I can't take my gun in, so he drops in the backseat and leaves. We don't know that.
But even with that said, I would still risk parking my car. You get your gun out whenever you can come get it.
WDE writes in at Next Round Live, at the end of the day, Miller should have used better judgment in the situation. I don't care who the gun belongs to. Nothing good can come from a request to bring a firearm to someone at 1:30 in the morning on the Strip in Tuscaloosa. Bad look all around. Jamie writes in, some are losing that a life was lost. Some are using the latest information just to try to bring down Alabama basketball. Mike, if this was anyone other than Alabama, you guys would absolutely be roasting them. Very disappointing there. JD, if you suspend Miller, you must list what team or school rule violated or what crime he's being charged with. There's probably some code of conduct violations. Need to find out school and team rules regarding firearms before you suspend him. And 1,000 other responses coming in at Next Round Live. We always appreciate your comments there. Part of the show today being brought to you by Dr. B, who's helping LT's hair get back into a better situation. We'll ask some legal questions of Tommy Spina coming up at 11 Central. What happened last night in SEC basketball coming up on the other side.
I saw some old pictures of me a few years back, and I did not have the thinning hair. And it can happen to you overnight. You never know when it's going to happen. When it started to happen to me over a year ago, I asked around. Dr. Beckenstein is the name that everyone said. Went to see Dr. B, and we decided on the treatment that I actually do from the couch 3 times a week. It's only 30 minutes. My hair already 14% thicker. Dr. B, the best in the business. T3hair.net for more information. Dr. B pioneered the use of neograft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. He takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Great businesses stand the test of time, and our friends at Wayne's are celebrating their 50th year in business in 2023. And as a way for Wayne's to say thank you to loyal customers and communities Wayne serves, you'll get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. $50 off for existing customers as you add new services or brand new customers. So save $50 on every service you sign up for with Wayne's. This offer is good through February 28th. That's 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com and the code TNR.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
We continue on the next round. Tommy Spina will answer some of these legal questions coming up in just a little bit. I know you have a lot of them, Lance. I think a lot of people have a lot of them. Tommy has done this for probably, 30 or 40 years as a criminal defense attorney?
Yeah, I mean,
He's
Tommy
seen
is absolutely the best in the business. And so, and he's well-versed on this case.
He is. There is some other breaking news out of Tuscaloosa. Austin Armstrong, it is being reported by 24/7 Sports. This was initially reported by Chris Lowe as a possibility. But Charlie Potter, who covers Alabama for 24/7 Sports, Bama Online, is reporting that Austin Armstrong, the inside linebackers coach that Alabama hired away, you remember he was the Southern Miss, you may not remember, the Southern Miss defensive coordinator. Alabama hires him as a position coach. A lot of people were high on his future as defensive coordinator. They'll get to see it soon because he's about to be Florida's defensive coordinator.
Yes.
In case you missed that, Florida's defensive coordinator left Billy Napier to go to the Arizona Cardinals with Jonathan Gannon, their new head coach. That left that spot open. So Austin Armstrong was in Tuscaloosa for about a month. He's about to be Florida's defensive coordinator.
Man, you guys think that's a good move or a bad move? Because I do think Billy Napier, even in year 2, I think is on shaky ground.
Let's get into it a little bit after you tell us about our friends at Oates. You're there tonight, and then we'll jump into that conversation a little bit.
Yeah, Oates team trivia, me and not Rockstar out of town, obviously. Ryan Brown will be there. Will Haver will be there. Get there a little early. Enjoy some of that great food from Rodney Davis. He's been cooking it up for more than 3 decades now. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Weather's going to be great, so you can sit out on the patio. You can watch Alabama, South Carolina tonight. It's the Birmingham Institution. Join us tonight, 8 o'clock, Oates team trivia, Oates Tavern, Crestline Village.
So Austin was going to be the inside linebackers coach at Alabama. And as many people thought, maybe a guy who could ascend after Kevin Steele maybe moved on to be the defensive coordinator in Tuscaloosa. But he goes now with Billy Napier at Florida, which is an interesting choice, you say, because Billy Napier's footing in Gainesville is not off to the best start.
Well, 2 things. I mean, Kevin Steele, how long do we really believe he is going to be around? We've said this before on the next round that it seems like he's a placeholder.
If you had told me 1 year and then Austin Armstrong took over in Tuscaloosa, it would not shock me.
And you wonder if Nick Saban, there's no way Nick Saban said that behind the scene and Austin Armstrong would take the Florida job, right? Because if you're Saban and you believe that Kevin Steele is only going to be there 1 year and you're grooming Armstrong to be the next DC, he's going to stay in Tuscaloosa. You got so much more stability in Tuscaloosa than you do Gainesville. Because for whatever reason, if Billy Napier goes 5-7, there is a chance. I mean, Florida's had short leashes on some of these coaches. I mean, you think about how good 2020 was for Dan Mullen.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the question would be, if you think you're going to be the Alabama defensive coordinator in 2 years, or you know you can be the Florida defensive coordinator right now, which one would you take?
I think I would wait on Alabama.
I think I would too. Now, obviously,
I mean, Austin Armstrong is what, 28?
is he that young?
I thought he was 30.
I thought he was in it. I thought he was 32.
Anyway, I just remember not having any of the money in the bank when I was that young.
Didn't we all?
He's going to be working all the time. He ain't got money he ain't got time to spend it. I don't know about his wife, kids, family situation, but
he has leverage. He's going to get more money at Florida than he was going to get initially at Alabama as the inside linebackers coach. But you've got to factor in that one day Nick Saban's not going to be the head coach. You don't know where that ends. Billy Napier may be a guy you hit your wagon to and ride for 5 or 6 years until you're a head coach if you think you can be successful down there. And
well,
I would assume you think you have better talent in Tuscaloosa than you do in Gainesville right now, Brown.
And this is a very 4 downs type question. I don't know who's head coach longer at their place, Nick Saban or Billy Napier. I don't know how I'd answer that.
I think I would go Saban.
I think I would right now, but it is certainly an unknown.
But the fact of the matter is, we've proven, like with Jeremy Pruitt, when he's at a place like Florida State, Georgia, and Alabama, you can move around if you're good at what you do. So just because Austin Armstrong's in Gainesville this year, if he's good at what he does and Nick Saban wants him to be the defensive coordinator, doesn't mean he can't come back to Tuscaloosa.
No, I get that, but you wonder how Saban feels about, hey, you just joined my staff and now you're going to
I hired you at a Southern Miss. Yeah. You weren't exactly on the Power 5 level right now.
Yeah, and it's obviously a promotion. But I still think it's almost a lateral move because of the uncertainty and you look at the pecking order right now. Where's Florida in the East?
I mean, after last year, you would have to say they were at best third.
Yeah,
at best. I mean, and that's not counting South Carolina and Kentucky.
Yeah, I mean, they're in a battle for third with them.
Georgia, Tennessee, and some people would say South Carolina's trending in a better place. Kentucky's been pretty stable.
I would be borderline shocked if Florida wins 8 games this year.
And I don't think that gets Napier fired. I mean, I think
I'm not saying that.
I know
I'm just saying it's
a
long build, and Alabama has a situation just based on history that you win a championship this year.
I think we all assumed that this was bring in Armstrong to groom him to be defensive coordinator. There is a possibility that we misread that there was no expectation of that by Nick Saban or Austin Armstrong. It seemed like there was. So, maybe we misread the situation, in which case, if you're Nick Saban, you're like, how can the guy say no, I mean, I didn't want him to be the defensive coordinator, maybe eventually, but I didn't know that was going to be the case. I think we just all assumed that done away when you see a guy leave a defensive coordinator position to become a position coach, even though it is a much bigger school, and then there's what seems to be a short-term defensive coordinator in front of him. You just assume this guy was being groomed for the job.
What is today, the 22nd?
Yep.
9 days ago, the quote from Armstrong, Austin Armstrong, growing up in West Alabama, the opportunity to coach at the University of Alabama is a dream come true. I've admired what Coach Saban has built in Tuscaloosa and the long history of tradition and success this program has enjoyed. I am excited to get to work as we continue the legacy of success that is synonymous with Alabama football. Armstrong, by the way, 29 years old,
29.
Native of York, Alabama.
You know what he did, Dunaway?
What?
He put it in reverse, Terry.
He did. So Austin Armstrong is taking the Florida defensive coordinator job, replacing Patrick Toney, who's on his way to the Arizona Cardinals to be co-defensive coordinator out in Arizona.
There is something we did miss, though. So he joined Louisiana staff in 2017, was retained when Billy Napier was hired in 2018. Yeah. So there is a relationship.
Yeah, he's got a history with Billy Napier there. And they are reuniting now down in Gainesville. That story from several people, including our buddy Chris Lowe, yesterday hinting it was about to happen, and it has actually happened today. So interesting football news there. We're going to get to basketball in this segment, but got into that football there instead. We'll get to the basketball, what happened last night in a big win for Texas A&M and others. Basketball tonight for Auburn and Alabama. All that is coming up. Part of the show being brought to you today by our friends at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team over there would love to help you with all your cooling, heating, and plumbing needs. By the way, if you haven't had that cooling checked out, into the maybe record highs in some areas today, dating back to the 1800s. You could touch high 80s today in some places in Alabama. Good time to get that AC checked out.
Yeah, hey, look, and we weren't there yesterday. It was starting to turn that direction, but the roommate was firing up the AC. You would have been proud, bro.
Love it.
I was like, what are you doing? She was like, it's 72 out. like what's
It's time for the AC.
Not hot enough to be firing up the AC.
She's absolutely right. Good for her.
Now, today and tomorrow it will be. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services, they're offering that $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Always love to try to make sure you're aware of certain stories that may make you enjoy something a little bit better. Since 1992, there have only been 4 teenagers who have pitched a pitch on the Major League Baseball level. 4 of them since 1992.
Can we guess?
Oh, I don't have the names in front of me. But we can go look them up pretty easy. I only bring this up because the Phillies, who were in the World Series last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Andrew Painter is a 19-year-old who looks like he is going to make the starting rotation for the Philadelphia Phillies. It's not like he's making the rotation on a bad roster or a team that's rebuilding. I mean, this team won the National League last year. He's 19 years old. He moved through 3 levels of the Phillies organization last year with huge strikeout numbers and a 1.56 ERA. So he could become only the 5th Major League pitcher to throw a pitch in big league baseball that's a teenager when he does so. His signing bonus, as he was coming out of high school, how would you like to take this back to the Miracle Strip?
What did he go overall?
13th overall.
It's amazing what these guys are making. I'm going to say his signing bonus was right at $3 million.
$3.9 million that he got as a little high school graduation present leaving high school.
I bet he doesn't have any of it. I bet Dad's got it in his bank account.
I got a used Jeep Cherokee.
I think he's from the Fort Lauderdale area north of Miami. And moving up quickly and 19 years old and maybe a starting rotation for the Philadelphia Phillies as we get closer and closer to baseball. Back to basketball when we come back on the other side. The show being brought to you in part today by the folks at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place to go to school, whether your son or daughter is junior or senior in high school, you know when it gets to that point and you start really getting the letters and you keep wanting to say, okay, where do you want to go to school? What are you looking to do? What about this? What about that? Get all the information you need about the University of Montevallo right online at montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. You can find out all the things Southern Living says about the beautiful campus, the great campus life, the sororities, the fraternities, the 21 Division II NCAA fully funded scholarship sports they have there, the small class sizes, which is going to help your child academically. All the information you need, and you can set up an in-person tour by going to montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. Find out why you belong at Montevallo.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Hey, big news from our friends at Wayne's. 2023 is their 50th year in business and is their way of saying thank you to loyal customers in the communities they serve. They're offering $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. This offer is good to existing customers as they add services or new customers. This offer good through February 28th. Hey, look, Wayne's keeps all of us here on the next round pest, termite, mosquito free. They also keep our lawns looking fantastic. Call Waynes.com or 866-WAYNES1.
February is the month of love. And if you're in the market to buy or sell a home, you are going to love Holly Mack Wilson. What's there to love? Holly Mack Wilson will help you prepare your current home for sale and get you top dollar for it. She'll help you find your dream home and negotiate the best deal for it. And Holly Mack Wilson will find you a home anywhere in Alabama. There's a lot to love about Holly Mack Wilson. Call her today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online, hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a lovely anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Carol Robinson of AL.com, who followed the court proceedings yesterday in Tuscaloosa, was with us in the first hour. That is podcast on all of our platforms. Brandon Miller's status for tonight, according to Alabama, had not changed yesterday, and they've been playing him since January the 16th, and they have said all along that they've known the situation since it happened, and they've been fully cooperating with law enforcement. So Alabama's in action tonight, 8 o'clock, ESPN2 up in Columbia, South Carolina. A lot of folks will be watching that game, Alabama at South Carolina, to see if anything has changed in that. We'll get into Ole Miss and Auburn and the other thing that went on in the SEC last night in basketball, some big games. Right after, Brownie tells us about our friends at MyBookie. One thing that we went in the wrong direction on yesterday was the under in that first half because our boy ended up playing.
Yeah, he did. And the first time,
sorry about Bobby's stamp collection.
I had some friends in town, in from out of town, and my wife and I went to dinner with them last night. And the first time I saw that game, I think it was 65-61, and I'm like, ooh. This thing's getting down to the last seconds. There was 9 minutes left. I was like, where did all these points come from?
But you would have survived taking A&M minus the 1.5. I told you guys towards the end of the show with that report that came out. And who was the Tennessee beat writer?
It was Aaron Torres.
Yeah, so Torres said Santiago Vescovi wasn't going to play.
Possibly not going to play. Questionable, I think.
You know, you wonder sometimes, and I'm not saying that he had anything to do with this, but you could tell a reporter, hey, say this, and let me get a good number on this.
Really? Yeah. And by the way, I saw Alabama tonight favored 17.5.
17.5.
Open. Auburn favored,
I think it was 12.5.
12.5. Okay. All right. So hopefully easy wins for both squads. The NFL season is over. College football is over. MyBookie is never over. The opportunities to win do not stop. Whether you bet to earn or just make the games a little more exciting, MyBookie.ag gives you the most for your money with their deposit bonus. And listen to this, that deposit bonus up to $2,000. You heard me right, $2,000 when you use code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND, a deposit bonus up to $2,000. With MyBookie, you can bet on the NBA, the NHL, the UFC, play for a share of big cash prizes in the weekly online blackjack tournaments. So many brands to choose from. You needed a platform that makes it simple to bet and win. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND for that deposit bonus up to $2,000. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
First, let's look ahead to tonight's Auburn game. Ole Miss and Auburn, 8 o'clock down there at Neville. You can watch it on the SEC Network. Listen to our buddy Andy Burcham on the Auburn Network, wherever you get that around the great state of Alabama or in the Southeast. Auburn's lost 4 of 5. They've lost 4 or 5, and here comes a team that really you can't lose to without putting a big ding on your NCAA tournament resume. With that as the backdrop, that gives Bruce Pearl another chance to use the word must win. Here we go.
We're facing, again, another must-win situation. Last time against Missouri, it was because there was a really good prize on the win, because Missouri had won 4 in a row. They had just beaten Tennessee. They had they were seeded, slightly ahead of us in the NCAA tournament, and the win could do us some real good. The contest against Ole Miss, that's not the case. A loss could do us almost irreparable damage because of just the math. And it's not because look, if Ole Miss played Missouri, I guarantee it would be a close game. I mean, there's the difference between the two of them. There's just not much there. But the record and the resume, there's a huge difference.
Ole Miss's only 2 conference wins this year have both been on the road. No home wins in the SEC, but both of them were at Georgia and at South Carolina, 2 of the lesser teams in the league. Hard to imagine Ole Miss putting up a fight with this Auburn team tonight down there. There may still be other work to do for Auburn after tonight, or maybe not. But tonight is a must-win.
Yeah, your only fear is Auburn playing tight, knowing how big this game is, because what you've got looming after Ole Miss is going to be a gauntlet with the 3 teams you have remaining in Kentucky, Alabama, and Tennessee. But this Ole Miss team you mentioned, they're 2-12 in conference. They've lost 8 of their last 9. They're coming off a really tough loss in overtime to Mississippi State. It's just not a good Ole Miss team.
It is not. And the only reason he's able to use the word maybe irreparable damage is because you would probably have to win the last 3 if you lose this one.
Or 2 of 3. I mean,
I don't even know if 2 or 3 would do it, but maybe it would.
Yeah, it's a bad loss.
But you got Kentucky, you got Alabama, and you got Tennessee left. 3 tournament teams. So, maybe 3 can wipe away the stink of a loss tonight if it happened. Hard to imagine that happen, especially in the venue down at Neville. That's 8 o'clock tonight for Ole Miss and Auburn. Alabama's at South Carolina. A lot bigger issues than Alabama playing the worst team in the league tonight on the road. So we'll see how the Tide handles that and if there's any other issues that have come out from what happened in court yesterday regarding Brandon Miller. On the court last night in the SEC, some big wins for some teams. Arkansas just killed Georgia. But in that game, more importantly for Arkansas fans down the strait that are watching us, the Hogs got Nick Smith finally into the rotation.
Told you he was going to get double digits.
Yeah, he got it finally.
Well, and he got 26 last night. He looked good. They destroyed Georgia, 97-65. But destroying Georgia, I mean, we just saw Alabama do that. So you expect Arkansas to do that at home. But the big takeaway is you finally got the nation's number 1 recruit into the mix.
Yeah, and you wonder if Arkansas is to win a couple of key games down the stretch, if you're the committee, do you look at this Arkansas team as whole now? Especially if Nick Smith continues to play like he played last night.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, that's a team that's sitting good for the tournament. They were supposed to be an Elite 8 Final 4 contender. If they were healthy and whole, they seem to be getting healthy and whole at the right time, and that's all that matters for them. Missouri got a big win over Mississippi State. That was sort of a bubble game, especially for Mississippi State. Missouri, I guess, was in better footing, but they had some bad losses. That was sort of a bubble game, maybe an elimination game.
Well, Lenardi had Mississippi State in his last 4 in. I'm assuming any loss at that point probably knocks you out of the last 4 in, even if you're losing to Houston or Alabama. Just a loss almost seems like a loss in that situation, no matter who it is to, when you're the last 4 in.
Well, I would assume that right now they're on the other side of the bubble, but they host A&M, who's one of the hottest teams in college basketball, on Saturday. So you can get yourself right back where you were before if you beat A&M.
You would have to think, yeah, because, and at least in Lenardi's last projection, he had Missouri as a 10. So you feel like the loser of that game last night, Lenardi might have out next time, especially if it was State.
But the best win last night was the one we talked about going, or right off the top here, was down in College Station, where Texas A&M beat Tennessee 68-63. First, Tyler, if you will, give me cut number 5, Buzz Williams last night, because this was a hard-fought game. This was it was much like Tennessee, Alabama, Tennessee, Auburn. Some of the Texas A&M Auburn games this year, maybe what Alabama, Texas A&M will look like at the end of the year. What is perceived to be two NCAA tournament teams, finally Texas A&M got a really good street cred win.
Like every team that goes through this in our league, when you make the transition from Wednesday, Saturday to Tuesday, Saturday, it just requires nine consecutive days of work. And regardless of result, when you're trying to give your best, that's hard. My heart is tired. I think our players' hearts are tired. I felt like that the last 12 to 15 minutes of the second half. And I thought that the fight and the determination and the togetherness and the spirit in which they competed in that state was as good as I've ever seen.
My heart is tired? Is that what he was saying?
Yeah, just the emotional heart.
Okay. No. I was just making sure I heard that right.
Yeah.
I've just never really heard
Did
that
his
phrase.
shirt say getting better?
Hashtag get better.
Hashtag get better, man.
Well, they are getting better. I mean, this is a team that has not lost since January 21st.
6 straight wins.
Yeah, and Wade Taylor came out and he said he heard one of the Tennessee guys yell off the bench, "Thanks for the ring" last year.
Ooh.
Said it motivated him. He went for 25 last night.
You think that really happened?
That's like Michael Jordan.
Or is that what somebody came to the huddle and said, "Hey, did you hear one of them say thanks for the ring last year?"
They put a coffin in midfield.
I mean, look, you can't make this stuff up. I mean, the free throw discrepancy home and away is just night and day. Last night they shot 34 free throws. Tennessee shot 14.
Yeah, but Tennessee plays a handsy way, right?
They do. Yeah.
When you're playing them in Knoxville, they don't get called the same way as when they're on the road. At least people like Auburn hopes not when they play them again down at Neville the way that they played Auburn up in Knoxville. But to your point, Wade Taylor, who had 25 points, much like we saw in the Vandy game the other night when that guy didn't score a lot from the field, but he hit every free throw. 25 points last night for Wade Taylor. 16 of them were free throws. 16 of his 25 were free throw points, which is not always as they said on the broadcast, not always the best basketball to watch.
No, not always the best basketball to watch. But look, if your shot's not falling, you get to the line, make those free throws. Points are points.
Fact of the matter is, best start for Texas A&M since they joined the SEC. They are an NCAA tournament team, and right now, still in contention to win the SEC regular season.
I mean, I have doubted them all along. I apologize to all the Ags out there. Gig 'em. I've doubted you from day one, so I'm assuming Texas A&M is going to win every game, including the national championship at this point, because I'm done picking against them. They're at State and at Ole Miss. So it's two very winnable games. That game against Alabama could very, very easily be for the SEC.
Well, again, this Bama team's kind of in flux right now. We don't know what to expect. I guess we expect Brandon Miller to play.
I don't know why you suspend him now.
But even if he plays, mentally, where is this team? This A&M team, again, playing better and better basketball. Who would have said A&M could possibly win an SEC championship in basketball before Jimbo did in football?
It's funny you bring that up because I was watching yesterday, and you mentioned it's weird seeing a coach wearing a hat, a basketball coach wearing a hat. I don't know why that was weird, but it was weird to me too when I saw it. You just don't see it very often. Buzz Williams strikes me as a guy that knows I'm at a football school, and the football coach is so badly underperforming, and I am so incredibly overperforming.
I can wear a hat.
The world's my oyster. I mean, he strikes. I know he just said his heart was tired, that he's emotionally spent is what it sounds like. But every time we show him, it just seems like a guy that's like, I can do no wrong right now. I mean, Jimbo is
his approval rating's got to be close to 100, right?
Yeah,
what is Jimbo's with the A&M fan right now?
In the 20s. And that's my point. And it's just it's magnified because the football situation is so bad. You're killing it in basketball right now.
On the flip side of that, you have Tennessee now that's lost 4 or 5 games, and they are struggling to score points when they need it. You can almost count their games. If you score first 1 to 70, you're going to beat Tennessee. It seems like anyway. They're that good defensively, but the confidence level you have in the Volunteers right now has got to be dropping a little bit, right? I mean, going into this game, we were locked on Alabama and Tennessee in the tournament. That's not changing, but you usually say that thinking they were the 2 best teams in the league. You don't think Tennessee's still one of the 2 best teams in the SEC, do you?
I mean, look, they were right there last night. I go back this past week when we saw them beat Alabama. That was the only win of the 3 of the 4 that you said they've lost. I don't know. When I picked my 6 teams to win the national championship a couple of weeks ago, I said I'm not going to take Tennessee because I think they are so offensively challenged. There's no way you can play like this offensively and win 6 consecutive games in that tournament.
I agree.
Yeah.
That somebody's going to be hot.
Even 4 is going to be tough. It's going to be tough for Tennessee to get to a Final Four.
Yeah, it really is a tough situation for Tennessee right now. Talented team, but another close loss on the road last night to Texas A&M, 68-63, who remains 1 game behind Alabama, who is on the road at South Carolina tonight, 8 o'clock. And you also got Kentucky and Florida tonight, 6 o'clock on ESPN.
That'll be a good game.
We all feel like Kentucky is all fine and dandy now. They're in Gainesville, but no Castleton for the Gators, and that hurts them a ton.
Sounds like Sheboy about to have a night. That's what you think?
Sounds like Sheboy's about to have a night.
Yeah, I think this Florida team's probably spinning. I guess I'm buying this Kentucky team now. Every time I start to buy them, they're the opposite of A&M. Every time I start to buy into Kentucky, they disappoint me again. So I guess I'm going to buy into them now.
We will get into some more college football, SEC news, in just about 60 seconds after I tell you about our friend Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. If you're looking for a free, no-cost roof inspection, Greg's locally owned, Storm Restoration Roofing for over 20 years, just a guy who is trying to help. He's making a living for his family, 10 kids here locally. This is sort of his dream job to own a small business like this as a roofing guy, and he does it so good that the Business Bureau gives him an A+ rating, so good that we've been backing him up for years here on the show. You know him as Greg from Pell City, and he wants to give you a free, no-cost roof inspection. Find out what's going on your roof by calling this number, 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531 for that free no-cost roof inspection. You can also look him up, Greg from Pell City, on Facebook and contact him that way if you'd prefer to do that on the Facebook platform. If you are a veteran, a current service military personnel, or a reservist, he has special offers for you as well. Insurance companies trust him. That helps you tremendously. And as I said, locally owned for over 20 years. He and his wife own the company. They have the best warranties in the business, and they will take care of you. 205-542-3531. 542-3531. It is Greg Nelson and our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Brownie told you about the developing news where Alabama losing an inside linebacker coach, Austin Armstrong, to Florida. He's going there to be a defensive coordinator. Florida also losing their tight end coach, who is on the way to the Cardinals with their other defensive coordinator. Those two are going as a package deal to the NFL. So there still is a position open with Billy Napier.
By the way, we used to not get this much coaching movement this time of year.
No.
And I know.
Why do you think that has changed?
Because
that is a factual statement.
Yeah, I really don't know. Well, I don't know. I tell you one reason it might have changed, and it's the law of unintended consequences.
First of all, I just love the fact that you didn't know, and then you're in your head, you're like, oh, maybe I do know. And then I don't know.
Dadgummit, I got the answer.
And now I'm going to come back with the answer. I think I can convince Jim I do know the answer here.
So I think a lot of time, back when the only signing day was the first week of February, you frequently would turn your staff over right after the season and then allow those new guys to go out and recruit a little bit. But now you've got that signing day in December, and that's the last thing you want to do is turn your staff over right before National Signing Day. So these guys hold on through December, and then once you've done that, you're only a month from the next signing day. So I think some of it might be that December signing day. It stops staffs from turning over early December, so then they kind of delay it to February. But this still seems even excessive based on that.
And sometimes when you make a late coordinator hire like Alabama has, and you're piecing your staff together, the NFL window has started later too. And those NFL jobs plucking college has always upset the apple cart. The Super Bowl's a little later, it seems like, every year now.
Yeah, maybe so. I don't know. But, boy, we've had a lot of turnover in college coaching. It's hard to even keep up at some point.
We'll see how Alabama and Nick Saban fills that position there. I wanted to get into this discussion briefly. We talked about Chris Del Conte in Texas yesterday. Ross Bjork also in a discussion. He's the Texas A&M AD of where, and I asked this briefly to Josh Pate too, and I want your thoughts on it. Where do you guys think the first meeting between Texas and Texas A&M is played in 2024? When it's an SEC game, it's a rivalry game. It'll be the first time they played since 2011. Do you think it'll be in Texas or Texas A&M, and why? How would the SEC set that up?
I think they gotta favor A&M. You got to at least take care of your people.
You got to go with you don't go with the new guys, right?
I think you give them the first game. And you know what helps you a little bit in that is that Oklahoma, Texas is going to be neutral site. So it doesn't really – it's not like I'm making you go to Oklahoma and Texas A&M in the same year.
Yeah, but if you're Ross Bork, you probably need to stop talking.
Yeah, because exactly.
Because that would bother me. Like if I'm Greg Sankey and I continue to hear that, it's almost like, here's what I'm going to do. First game, neutral site. I'm sending you guys to Arlington.
Oh, so you go neutral site on it?
Well, no, I agree with you guys. I would take care of A&M, but I don't want him to continue to say, "Hey, look, we're going to be hosting this first game."
Yeah, he's almost out bragging about it. Yeah. Like Texas can do all this, but we've been here first. We're going to play the first one in College Station. I guarantee it. Chris Del Conte, the Texas AD, is saying, "Whoa." I've heard nothing about this.
Right.
Nobody's told me that from the SEC office. And even though Ross Bjork may not have anything in writing, he may have the old wink and a nod, or we'll take care of you, Ross. Just let Texas into the league.
So, do you think Ross would be this bold if he didn't have something from Greg Sankey?
I would imagine that along the way, when it was announced and the Texas A&M folks acted like it hit them blindside that Texas and Oklahoma were getting an invitation to join the league, and they were like, "Oh, we didn't know anything about this." Somewhere along the way, I'm sure they were like, "Don't worry. We will take care of it."
I don't know
you're
about
with
you
us
guys,
already.
Yeah, you're right with us.
But the way I want to break this in now, this might not be good for Sark or Venables in that first year. But if I'm Sark in the first year of the SEC, I almost want some of these road games.
Yeah.
Because what is the expectation for year one?
See, if I'm Del Conte, I think he's the one that misplayed it a little bit. I think he's the one that misplayed it. Because if I'm Del Conte,
do you say, "Hey, I don't care where we play"?
That's all right. They're not our rivals, Oklahoma. Yeah. We play that game in Dallas, the Cotton Bowl,
every year.
Yeah, every year.
We play all of our rivalry games at neutral site.
Yeah. We play. That's where you play it. You play. That's our rival, Oklahoma. And look, I realize these other SEC games we're going to play them road and home. It doesn't really matter to us which one we play first, road or home. We like to take care of our rivalry. It's in Dallas, no matter what.
And we know we own the state. I mean, Texas is ours. People have known this. It's never changed. It never will change.
That's right. No, that's how I play it if I'm Del Conte. I don't even give Ross Bjork the time of day. I just play that up like there's really no difference. I mean, I would even use this example like we understand we're going to have to go to the Columbia, Missouris, and we're going to have to go play Vandy and Nashville. I'd lump them in. We're going to have to go play Kentucky and Lexington. We're going to have to play Texas A&M and College Station. We know that. We're going to have to go to all those markets. We get that. That's why we signed up for this.
Starkville.
Yeah,
we're going to go everywhere.
That's why we signed up for this.
We're going to play in that little stadium in Nashville. We're going to go everywhere.
I would lump them right in with that.
Yeah. I would imagine at some point we get a little bit of that down the road. All right, when we come back, we will get into some more NFL news. It's a big day if you are an NFL fan. Some more college football news. Back to the Brandon Miller situation at 11 o'clock. A lot of legal questions we'll ask our legal expert, Tommy Spina, coming up at the top of the hour. But also part of the next segment, a little controversy yesterday up here. We'll get into that and show you some video evidence.
This might need to be a Cowan poll question, too. Before we go on one side of it, we might need a poll question.
Okay, we may let Brown be judge and jury. I'll put a poll question out there as well. The poll questions are brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. We'll tell you more about them in a second. But our state bet payoffs are brought to you by New York Butcher Shop. I lost one yesterday because my man Lunsford could not cover the point spread. More on that in a second. But New York Butcher Shop never disappoints like Lunsford.
They do not.
Like Lunsford.
Yep. They do not. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop. Pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Chef-prepared entrees and side dishes. Perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family. Ready to heat at home. Don't forget those huge deli sandwiches and catering options for your next business lunch meeting with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. The New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations to serve you. Cava Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the Live Daily Show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round. Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Back with you on the Next Round. We'll get into some NFL news in a second. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends right there at Precision Sports, getting you back in the game. One thing to keep an eye on as we watch what is coming out of the NBA All-Star Weekend. This was mind-blowing to me that DK Metcalf was so good in the NBA Celebrity All-Star Game that it ignited a drug test from the NFL. Maybe it was just bad timing or what, but he's dunking and making plays in the NBA All-Star Game, and then he gets word afterwards that he's up for a random drug test from the National Football League. Makes a steal, goes coast to coast, slams one home.
I never saw the highlights.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he looks like he could play.
Yeah, I mean, I look at DK Metcalf in an NFL game and think that guy can easily dunk.
Yeah. Meanwhile, right when he's off the court, by the way, you'll need to do an NFL drug test.
Yes.
Random. In the offseason.
Completely random, of course.
Nice dunk.
Yeah.
Now go get drug tested. Come on, what are we doing there? Part of our show being brought to you, as I said, by our friends at Precision Sports, getting you in the game.
Yeah, 2023, new year. There are new ways to contact your favorite Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedic provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked that shoulder, putting up those Christmas decorations, injured your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard, or finding pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime. Let 2023 be the year. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics get your life back on track. Orthopedic care, better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
I don't know that we gave enough attention to the fact that a 6'2" white guy won the dunk contest. That might be the biggest upset in sports history.
Yeah, a G League guy.
Yeah, G League 6'2" white guy.
Yeah, but I mean that was his thing. I mean Matt McClung. I mean this is like a YouTube sensation on his dunks and stuff.
So Lance not impressed.
Yeah,
I was impressed, but I mean he's not even an NBA guy.
What makes it an upset?
But I think like the kid from Mountain Brook on Auburn's basketball team for us, or what's his name? He's
Leo Berman?
Yeah, I think he is an unbelievable like he used to win dunk contests. Like if they were just doing dunk contests, like I think he would wow you.
Yeah, that's the thing.
But he's not going to scare me driving the lane in a game of 5-on-5.
Yeah, that's why I think this is diluted. I think you can find like great dunkers if you just want to bring the best dunkers around the world to have a dunk contest, but it's not the NBA dunk contest.
Yeah, I did not watch 1 second of any.
Nor did I.
I didn't either. I just saw it the next day.
I didn't know who was in the contest except for that dude.
And I saw the highlights, and he won it. It was not that impressive to me. I couldn't do it, but it wasn't like Dominique flying from the top of the key like in the old days.
He did a damn 720.
Yeah. 720, is that a couple of spins?
That would be 2 spins, yes. 360 plus 360.
So put him on skates and give him a gold medal.
No. A 720 is ridiculous.
Did he throw a sow cow in there or whatever they call that?
That's one of the few dunks I saw.
Controversy here yesterday as we played our Madden Championship. If you've been following us, if you haven't, go do that over on the Next Round Gaming channel on YouTube Gaming channel with the Next Round. Like, subscribe, give us a thumbs up while you're over there. Before you roll the play, let's set it up. Early in the game, Lunsford is playing as the Tennessee Titans, but he's in Houston Oilers uniforms. He's got the ball at about the 15-yard line.
But before that, real quick, Lunsford was a 10.5-point favorite. The total was 61.
This shouldn't matter to me. This shouldn't matter to me. I'm the referee here.
I'm just setting up where we got to this point in the game. So
it's 248 in the first quarter. It's 7-0. Forster's the other team with the Atlanta Falcons. Go ahead. What are you saying?
I was going to say, Forster received the kickoff. First play from scrimmage. First down to Drake London. Fumbles the ball. Then Tennessee goes right down, scores a touchdown. And then Forster, the very next play, throws an interception.
Sounds like Scott's shaky under the pressure is what it sounds like, but I'll judge the play here.
But this is a controversial play labeled by Lance the worst call in Super Bowl history.
Oh, it really is.
There was a moment Lance lost the disconnect between a video game and reality.
Did you guys mute me?
We had to keep reeling him back in.
Am I muted? Because, again, the language is awful.
Yeah, let's. I don't think we need language then. If the language is awful, that's a different channel. All right, no audio on this.
No audio on this.
No audio. If the language was awful, let's not do audio. Okay, here we go.
Well, apparently his language is horrible, so no audio.
All right.
Well, I mean, it doesn't bother me. I'm just letting you know.
All right, so go.
All right, so here we go. All right, so we got Malik Willis. He's dropping back.
Oh, no.
That's a safety.
No, it's not Brown.
What? What did I just see?
You make the call. Alcoa brings you. You make the call.
I love Malik Willis doing the first down.
Yeah, we might need to play the audio round.
We're
giving you pre-warning.
There's no F-bombs.
There's no F-bombs? Okay.
Well, real quick.
There's a lot of other stuff.
Just a slow rewind. Slow rewind right with contact from that angle. Right? No, that angle right there.
Right.
See what happened, in my opinion, because I was betting on Lunsford. He's juking here, and we don't have any angle that shows there's contact.
Oh, Jim, come on.
He just loses his footing. We're playing in Arizona, Brand, where it's very slippery.
It is very slippery. He's got to be down.
So I tried to juke. I didn't try to do. I just tried to juke my guy to the right because he was coming from the left, and so I'm assuming the game measured it as he juked. The dive happened. I fell over. But there was no actual contact.
I would replay the game.
Now replay it with sound because I want you.
I'd love to replay the game, Brand. Go ahead. Just one. Okay, we play it all up again.
The worst thing about a Super Bowl is a blowout Super Bowl. There we go. Yes.
Safety.
Oh.
That way.
What? Oh, my God. What?
Scott.
That's complete horse shit.
Oh, bullshit.
Yeah, do the right thing. Give him the 2
Wasn't just me.
upon it. You got it.
What just happened there?
You're going to have to challenge.
Dunaway, you said there's no contact.
Challenge him.
How's that not a safety?
So, hey, you know what happens here?
Dunaway saying there's no contact.
Dunaway even agrees.
On this.
Dunaway even agrees.
Right.
First of all, the poorest sport up here, I would have said Tyler. It is by far Lunsford. But Dunaway said, just run it out of the back of the end zone and
I'm playing the
to
game
it.
as it's presented to me. Blown calls happen in real football all the time.
Not that.
I mean,
you to be more lifelike.
We couldn't review it,
call.
Brown. It wouldn't go to review.
Because according to the computer, there was no contact. They review it in real time. I did say at that point, we're going to hear about it for the next 3 quarters. If I was you, I'd just run out of the back of the end zone and give him the 2, kick it off.
Would you have done that, Brown?
Before I would sit there and listen to it for the rest of the game, yeah. Because Dunaway's right. I knew it was not going away.
At that point, I thought it was going to be typical Lunsford. I didn't know he was going to choke the rest of the way. I thought it was going to be typical Lunsford, and that he was going to win this game 60-2.
But he wouldn't have won the game if it wasn't for that and one other thing.
I think y'all ought to replay the game.
Now, do we have the other controversial call?
Oh, there were 2?
Brown keeps saying we should replay the game.
I think he should.
I would love to replay the game, LT, because you won the stake. I don't know what you're upset about. You won the stake.
I'm not. I'm just upset for Forster because he should have won the game.
I'll replay the game this afternoon if we put the stake back on the table. I will give you the 10.5 again. I'll take Luntz for minus 10.5. We replay it this afternoon.
Yeah, but I still won that stake. I'll play for another one.
No, why don't you still win the stake? We're going to replay the game.
Because he cheated twice,
and
I still covered. You did
What did
cheat.
I do? The game messed up. It was a blown call.
Oh, my God.
What did
Again,
I do?
Yeah.
Okay, not only Brown.
Wait, the real game, the world malfunctioned on the Saints-Rams, and you went to the Super Bowl on a no call.
Yeah, I think we should go back and replay that game and take a Super
You
Bowl
had
away.
officials there to talk this over.
And they blew it.
Yeah,
these little animated officials talked it over.
They're not watching.
Whatever. Anyway, Rams didn't win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but they went. They went.
Okay.
Didn't win.
Then there was another one?
Yeah, and it's
That's not even the worst call?
Well, that was the worst call on the game, but the worst show of sportsmanship was the next one.
We don't have that video.
We don't have that video. What happened?
So I'll just let you know. So
what was the other one? Just the fact that I kept playing?
So Lunsford rolls out with Malik Willis, throws a pick, but he's beyond the line of scrimmage. So they call a legal pass.
Okay.
So Forster unfortunately hits the wrong button and accepts the penalty.
You accepted the penalty.
It's just bad coaching.
So I lost 5 yards and got the ball
And then
back.
I said, just punt it back to him. That's the fair thing to do. No, we're not punting it back. And Dunaway agreed with him.
That was bad.
It was horseshit.
That's bad
That's
coaching.
pathetic. Hey,
That was bad coaching.
Karma got him. You covered. You should have won the game if you would have gotten the 2 calls.
But if a guy is across the line of scrimmage and throws a pick, they wave that flag off, don't they? You don't have to accept or decline.
I don't know.
I don't know how that works. I don't know if I've ever seen that.
I don't
It's an
either,
illegal
bro.
forward pass.
But my point was there's not a person in the history of the world that would have accepted that penalty.
Yeah.
Oh, I would
to
have
be
because
fair,
that
if
was a
you're
mistake
hitting
on his
the
part.
accept button over and over again.
Yeah,
Your
it
little
does
animated
become- I've
coach
done that,
is basically going up to the ref, just going yes, 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 yes.
So my point is, without the interception and with the safety, Forster would have been our world champion up here.
You don't know that.
I feel pretty good about it.
You don't
And
know
if
that.
Colt McCoy hadn't gone out, Texas would have definitely won the national championship.
Boom.
Now that's a who knows. I feel really confident in this one because what was the final score?
I would have played the game differently.
What was the final score? You were throwing where you could have run the clock out
because he knew.
And I would have won by more had I run the clock out. He still would have covered, but I would have won by 2 points more.
You
So,
threw
who
the
knows?
entire time. Brown, he's up 7 and throws for the end zone to end the game when he can take a knee.
That's where he rolls.
I threw the entire time. I had 315 rushing yards and 40 passing yards.
I'm just saying you were throwing up a possession when you could have
Hail
taken
Mary
the
at
knee.
the end, just try to give Jim the cover.
Your disdain. He was working for me, man. Your disdain.
Not disdain. I won the stake.
Yeah, that's
I
what I'm
just feel
saying.
bad for Forster.
You should just let it go. I mean, Forster, he's poor coach. I mean, he accepted a penalty. He shouldn't
I'll play it
accept
again.
it.
I'll put my Super Bowl on the line and play it again.
He can't.
Hey, I'm game. Let's
he
do it
can't
again.
secure the guy on the field for a safety. I mean, the guy's on the ground. Cover
Well,
him
again,
up.
Brown was
Get on
supposed
top
to,
of him.
Brown, this one play, I mean, this is 1,000% of safety, right?
The one I just watched was.
Yeah, you can't say that he
He
made contact.
He made contact.
He runs it out of the back of the end zone.
Poll question brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Runs it out of the back of the end zone. Forster's up 9-7 within moments.
Even though
Unless he throws
even though
a
the 2
second
series before
interception.
that, he turned the ball over both times.
If
So
you're-
you're assuming he would have scored a touchdown.
If you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece for heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Again, big basketball tonight down in Auburn. Ole Miss and Auburn. Alabama's at South Carolina as the Tide will now deal with G.G. Jackson, who's a lottery pick for South Carolina, but not the best basketball team for the Tide to battle on the road tonight. ESPN2, 8 o'clock for the Tide game, 8 o'clock SEC Network for the Auburn game. You get them both on the Auburn and Alabama radio networks, wherever you get both of those. We will talk to Tommy Spina, more legal questions about what went on yesterday in the courtroom in Tuscaloosa concerning the murder of Jamea Harris, the 23-year-old mom of Kane, her 5-year-old son. That will come up at the top of the hour already. We've spoken to Carol Robinson of AL.com, who was in the courtroom yesterday. On a national basketball scale last night, a big win for Kansas State as they jumped in with another win over Baylor, this time at home. They'd already beaten them in Waco. That's a sweep for a Kansas State team. What is amazing about this story, guys, is Keontae Johnson,
who is the basketball player that collapsed a couple of seasons ago while at Florida during the Florida State game and never medically could get cleared again to ever get back onto the court. He is now finishing up his career at Kansas State. And at Kansas State now, he is maybe arguably in the conversation for all Big 12 and the best player on the Kansas State team. He had another great game last night as they get a big win over Baylor.
Yeah, 25 last night. The guy's averaging 18 and 7, and this is one of the great stories of college basketball this year. If it wasn't for Jalen Wilson with Kansas, he's probably your Big 12 player of the year.
Could be player of the year.
Yeah.
It is pretty amazing that, I mean, he was done at Florida.
Yeah, he was. That was the COVID year, right? I think it was during 2020. It
was the December game before COVID had happened.
Before COVID had happened, yeah. So, I mean, that shows you how long it's been since that happened to him at Florida. To see him succeeding now is just an incredible story. You're right. It's one of the best stories in the nation.
Michigan State dealing with the sadness and the agony on that campus after that mass shooting. Got a win at home over Indiana, 80-65. Big win for Tom Izzo and company there. Texas wins last night, as did Marquette, in a battle of top 25 teams in both those games.
That Texas win is interesting because they've got the same record as Kansas, who they meet, Texas does, at home in the Mood. They're going to bless the Mood at home the last game of the regular season, which could be for the Big 12.
Yep.
For whatever that's worth. I don't know for what that's worth, but, I mean, if Texas wins the Big 12, can you give Kansas a 1 seed if they're not even their conference champion?
What about Alabama if they only lose to Texas A&M at the end?
Same thing.
Well, that's co-champions, right, is the way the SEC does that. See,
Yeah.
Texas has a chance to win it outright. I don't know that A&M – they've got a chance mathematically to win it outright. I don't know if they will, though. But Texas can win this thing outright.
Yeah,
that's my question.
But let's say Texas drops another one, but still wins that game at the end, and they're co-champions.
Yeah, I don't know how you deal with that. I think you probably they've played twice, right? Everybody plays twice.
I
Yeah.
personally would just go by the resume and whether you're conference champions or not. You don't factor. If you're saying I don't know what conference you're in, even though we know that's a lie, they always say we don't pay attention to what conference you're in. We look at each team on their individual resume. I think you have to do that. You don't look at conference champions like we make a big deal about it in football. I don't think you do in basketball.
It is interesting. Texas could play themselves into a 1, though.
They could. I mean, because their remaining schedule, Kansas has by far and away the more beneficial remaining schedule. They play West Virginia and
Texas Tech,
who are both, I mean, West Virginia is probably in the tournament, but neither one of them have a great team. Meanwhile, Texas is at Baylor, at TCU, hosting Kansas to finish.
Hey, for Texas
to win out, that's going to be one heck of an accomplishment.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see, if he continues and gets the job now that Chris Beard's gone. But the former coach, Shaka Smart, you mentioned Marquette and what he's been able to do with Marquette. They're 14-3 in the Big East. They've got a game-and-a-half lead. They were picked 6th in the Big East going into the season. Now they lead the league by a game-and-a-half.
73-71. Which SEC team has the big win over Marquette?
That'd be Mississippi State.
Mississippi State
Yep.
has got that win over Marquette, who is number 10 in the country, and they beat number 19 Creighton on Creighton's floor last night, 73-71. All right, a lot more coming up as we move throughout the day, a variety of different headlines. NFL is still part of the conversation later on as it's tag day yesterday. So now players can officially be tagged, which brings with them some happiness and some unhappiness. No long-term deal, but a lot of money for 1 year. We'll get to that and a lot more. Tommy Spina in studio with us with some legal answers. That's coming up next right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
We're going to move Tommy Spina up. He is the old school 15 minutes early, is on time, and he is here early. So we're going to move him in so he can get on with his day right here. This part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Slice Pizza. If you're looking for lunch today at Slice, you get an opportunity to get a good slice and a salad, 2 slices and a salad, or just take some whole pizzas back to the office.
Yeah, local pizza, local ingredients, started by our friends, the Bajaya brothers, the late Jeff, really good friend. Jason and Chris continue that legacy. Again, local pizza, local ingredients, 4 great locations, the original in Lakeview, one in Vestavia, one in Montevallo, now one in Crestline Park, which we will be at tomorrow night from 5 to 7, but enjoy those daily specials, including that curbside family pickup special, only $75, 12 wings. You get the half pan of salad, any 2 of those specialty pizzas. For more information, stop by one of those 4 locations. Join us tomorrow night in Crestline from 5 to 7. You can also go online, slicebirmingham.com.
Tommy Spina has been a friend of ours for quite a while, but for longer than that, a criminal defense attorney in
45
Alabama.
years.
45. I was going to say, is it 40 years? 45. You've been doing that a minute, Tommy.
These are scars, not wrinkles.
You've seen just about everything in your 45 years, I would assume.
Every day is a new adventure.
Yeah.
So I've seen a lot, yes.
Yeah.
And I continue to see a lot.
And we should point out, though, you have seen everything we've seen. You are not working this case. You were not in the courtroom yesterday.
No, I have been asked to comment on this case from a number of agencies and radio stations and TV stations, and I have gotten some public comment directed at me, asking me if I was, in fact, at that point, Mr. Miles' lawyer, and I've told them no. So I know I'm not involved in the case. I don't care to be involved in the case. The case has lawyers.
You're just here for expertise.
I'm here to talk
what
you want.
Now,
I want to talk law.
Here's one of the
I love the Bajayas. They're good people.
Oh, yeah, the Slice, Bajayas, great people.
They're awesome people. So the question that I keep coming back to is Brandon Miller leaves bar, has gun and car, gets a text from Darius Miles. He brings the gun back. Darius Miles gives the gun to Michael Davis, who commits the crime. Davis is charged. Miles is charged, but Miller's not charged. How does that work?
Well, there's an awful lot of discretion given to law enforcement and to prosecutors shortly after an event occurs about who to charge, how to charge, what to charge with. So it starts with an awful lot of discretion. Crimes, historically, are the convergence of two things: an act, which is really not in dispute in this case, and a mental state. And it is the mental state that is in dispute. The actual shooter, whose name I don't really recall right now,
Davis,
Mr. Davis, they would have to show that he had a specific intent to cause harm. He has asserted a defense of self-defense. That is him reacting to, from his mind, his mental state, that he was in fear for bodily injury or his own safety at the time that he did what he did. So that's mental state. Now, it's a bigger question, why is Miles charged? Unless he had some knowledge of that. My understanding of the facts are a little different than your understanding. I thought that Mr. Miller was not with the gun until he got the text saying, "Bring me my heat," or whatever word they
Joint.
used.
Joint. Yeah, I think so, and you would know this, but this was just a preliminary hearing, so obviously the state at this point wouldn't unload everything they've got, right?
Well, that's a very good question. A preliminary hearing is a probable cause determination. So we have standards of proof in our system of laws. Probable cause is a standard of proof. It is on the opposite end of the spectrum. That is, it's the lowest standard of proof. There's one lower, but for purposes of this conversation, let's say probable cause is the lowest standard of proof. The state has to prove that a crime was committed and that this defendant probably committed it. On the other end of the spectrum is the highest standard of proof in the criminal justice system, and that's proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And those two are like light years apart. You can get probable cause without a lot of trouble. I mean, it doesn't take much to raise that issue. And they could have charged, I suppose, Mr. Miller if they had exercised that discretion to do so. But then you got to have some witnesses to prove a case. If you charge everybody, people have a right to remain silent. They don't have to testify. How do they prove their case? So they made a decision not to charge Mr. Miller. My guess is because they had no evidence to support that he had any knowledge of what he was bringing the gun over there for.
Yeah, I think at least the theory is, and this will be proven out in the actual trial if it ever gets past the grand jury.
Probable cause is a no-brainer.
Yeah.
That decision is initially made by law enforcement. It is then passed muster on by Judge Janik yesterday in the district court, so she's making the same determination, probable cause. The next group will be a body of citizens, 18 to 24 citizens who sit as a grand jury, who also only hear the state's case. There's no defense evidence presented in a grand jury, and the citizens determine, again, probable cause. And then once a grand jury makes that determination, their action is called an indictment, or they can no bill. Very rare that they no bill. They will not probably no bill in this instance. They might no bill Mr. Miles, because you have to ask the question, what knowledge did he have of what the shooter was going to do with the gun? I don't know the answer to that question. But it is an interesting question that a jury would have to ultimately pass muster on based on proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
I think the theory is Miles is in the back seat with his gun. It is his gun. That is, I think, not disputed at this point. There's no dispute on that.
There's dispute here.
That
it's
his
all
gun.
about the brain, what's going on in the head.
So he's in the back seat. They pull up to the club. He knows he can't take his gun into the club. He leaves his gun in the car, okay? And Miller leaves. He doesn't want to wait in line for the club. So at some point, Miles is like, my gun's in the car, bring it back to me. So that when you were saying, I think that's kind of the working theory there.
So I thought he brought it from his house.
No, that's not. I don't think that's.
Yeah, we're hearing back of the car. Yeah. And just hypothetically, if you had a client that was in Miller's situation that had a gun that wasn't his in the back of the car, and somebody texted him, "Bring me my joint," slang for gun, and your client brought that, and then that weapon was used in a murder crime, a crime of murder, I mean, would you feel like your client is in a bad situation?
Well, yes, it's obviously a bad situation, but not every act of poor judgment or bad choice rises to the level of a crime. And that's certainly the case in this instance, I would say. But, you don't know. You can't run a can opener around the top of his head and peer in there and see, oh, there it is. There's the intent. You have to glean that from the evidence that comes from the circumstance, hence circumstantial evidence. Apparently, there's no evidence to suggest that he had knowledge of what the purpose of bringing the gun was for. That's the way I see it.
Is that something that could change down the road? I mean, right now there has been no charges against him. Is there still discretion later on that could change?
Oh, yeah. And a grand jury could charge him. So that body of citizens that hears this very same evidence could as well throw him into the mix at some point in time.
So in just
grand juries have incredible amount of power.
Okay, so just to take this situation out of it, if one person is charged with murder, one accessory, and there are two people who were witnesses but have not been charged, it could go to the grand jury. The state lays out its case for the grand jury. The grand jury could say, yes on the indictment for murder, yes on the indictment for accessory, and we'd like to add an indictment for another person. They could do that.
They could do that.
Wow.
If you were part of the prosecution, would you be seeking something like that in a case like this?
Well, having never been a prosecutor,
you know how they work, though. You're pretty good against them.
I mean,
you've seen a few.
Well, I just told you they have to have some witnesses. I mean, if you indict everybody,
there's nobody there to watch.
Who's to testify?
No, I get it, but hard evidence is a text, though, right? I mean,
a text that bring me my joint?
Mm-hmm.
Does that prove a specific intent to kill? I don't think so. I would say not.
Tommy Spina is...
I wouldn't even be thinking in terms of a gun if somebody sent me that text.
Oh, I know. Well, yeah, I didn't learn until yesterday what the slang was.
I think we all thought joint was something else. Tommy Spina is with us in studio.
Joint is something else.
Yes, criminal defense attorney Tommy Spina on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Do you think it is important whether or not... So let's just assume for the purposes of this question this is true, okay? Miles in the car, wants to go in the club, leaves his gun in the car. Texts Brandon Miller back, says, essentially, my gun's in the car, bring it back to me. Miller drives up, he's like, man, get that gun, I don't want anything to do with it. Does it matter whether he physically passed him the gun or not? Do you think that matters at all, whether he reached back, grabbed the gun, handed it to him? I don't think that is being even accused of.
No,
but
it seems like
matter?
Somebody went to the car and got
the gun out. Is that an important fact, though?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's a fact, and he didn't do it. So, why did he have to go back to get? Why didn't the guy Miles in the bar just go out to the car and get the gun?
Miller had left the scene.
Miller had left,
and that's something Carroll said. Nobody
he had left with the car.
With the car, gun in the car, and nobody really knows where he went, or at least that hasn't come up in the
and
testimony
Carroll told us, according to what she's heard, that
Carol Robinson,
AO.com,
said that Darius Miles asked for the gun because he felt threatened.
Yeah,
and. The interesting thing here is then there are reports there was a Dodge Charger and Challenger owned by Jaden Bradley and Brandon Miller that actually blocked in the Jeep that contained the victim.
Yeah. All facts that are relevant to a determination of guilt or innocence in the long run. So everybody's trying to get to the end game when there's a long way to go. And ultimately, 12 citizens have to decide what the facts are. None of us were there, so we don't know. So that's why you have to have witnesses who say what they say. So
I had not thought of that.
Identify that.
I had not thought of that. So if everybody on the scene, if I just try to indict them, it's going to be hard for me to prove the case because I don't have any witnesses.
That's why I asked the question of Carol early on, was there no charges as part of a plea? You tell us what you know and we won't charge you. You see that on crime shows all the time.
Yeah, but law enforcement doesn't have the authority to bind a plea agreement. That belongs with the district attorney's office. Now, they're working together, I'm sure. Right. But this early in the game, I mean, he's out there. I don't see that as happened. I don't know. It could have happened.
Yeah. But in the crime shows, they drag the guy in and scare the hell out of him and say, you're going to jail unless you talk, and then they talk, and now you've become a witness. Does that happen in real life? And I'm not saying in this case. I'm just saying in real life.
Hell, yeah.
Hey, in this process...
Because you get the guy after he's done that, right? Now he hires you.
All the time.
What's the longest case you've ever tried?
In terms of time it took to try?
Yeah, from the moment it happened to by the time it went to trial.
Oh, you're not talking about the length of the trial.
No. I'm just talking about from the, hey, this case is going to be sent to a grand jury to when you have a verdict.
Well, there's a lot of ways to answer that question. I've been in cases where murders have occurred in 86 and people weren't charged till 96.
Wow. And they stay in jail that entire time?
No, they weren't charged until 96.
Okay.
And they were given a bond, and then they were convicted at that point. In the Robert Durst case, that went on for decades. And then he died. And when you die, all cases get dismissed. So he had the last laugh in the end. But in a perfect world, cases take, in Jefferson County, before COVID, about 4 to 6 months to move from district court, which was what yesterday was, through the grand jury to circuit court to be indicted, and then come out and be assigned to a circuit court judge for a trial. So, I mean, I've had cases remain pending 5 years. I don't think this one would be remain that long, but 18 months, 24 months is not uncommon from date of event to actual jury trial. Now, they can fast track them, but you got to remember, they got thousands of cases. They got people in jail do take priority. Capital cases do take priority. People in jail without bond, particularly, take priority. Violent crime take priority over theft-related crimes or property crimes. So I wouldn't expect this to be tried before a jury in Tuscaloosa County, where I don't work much anymore. As I've gotten older, I've sort of made my circle smaller, except for federal court. I'll go anywhere there. But, you know, I don't think 18 months would be a unreasonable guess.
Final question, me. So 5 weeks out from the crime, if you're defending any of these guys, within 5 weeks, as the counselor yourself, the defense guy, do you know whether or not your client's in trouble at that point? Whether the case is...
He's in trouble.
Why? No, I get that.
At the sound of that metal.
Yeah,
clanging.
No, I get that, but I'm talking about how
the case is going to go.
Yeah, how this is going to play out.
No, not really, because when you're evaluating a case, a lot of times you're looking at, and this is what I was talking about, being able to prove a specific intent to cause a death, a specific intent to kill, would have to be proven at some point in time, but there's a discovery process that goes on. So when they tell you there's a text, that, believe me, they're more text. They're downloading cell phones and data leading up to this event. You don't know at 5 weeks out what the state's case consists of. The state doesn't even know totally.
Well, one thing for sure, though, in June or July, Brandon Miller is going to be a lottery pick in the NBA, and he's going to have millions of dollars. Do you have to? Can a civil case happen? A civil lawsuit happen before a criminal case is over with? Can you go ahead and file a civil lawsuit? Do you have to be charged in a criminal case to be part of a civil suit?
Independent universes, parallel actions, totally independent of one another. And yes, a civil suit could be filed against even the bar. What about the young man? Did you read about the young man that was at the Super Bowl that fell off a tent and was dragged in Phoenix, Arizona?
No, I didn't.
Oh, yeah. You need to check that out. Anyway, the civil suits often parallel criminal cases.
So one doesn't have to be concluded for the other one to begin.
Well, the problem on the civil side is that because people charged with crimes have a right to remain silent and are not compelled to testify, it sort of stymies the discovery process on the civil side because they can't take a deposition. You don't have depositions in criminal cases in Alabama. They do in Florida, for example. Usually when we have very limited discovery in criminal cases in Alabama. In civil cases, every lawyer that walks in the courtroom knows what every witness is going to say. They've already said it under oath before a court reporter years ahead of time. But us gunslingers, we call it trial by ambush because we never know what a witness is going to say precisely until they say it. I mean, you have an idea, and in capital cases, they being the prosecution, usually have pretty much an open file policy. So if they know it, they tell you about it, and they don't try to hide the ball. Now that too is done differently in different jurisdictions. So some jurisdictions play things a little closer to the vest. Here we have a very good relationship with our DA, and the search is for the truth, and where that is, nobody knows, and sometimes perception morphs its way into the truth, even though it may not be the truth. And ultimately, 12 people have to make a determination on the facts of the case, and it's in their hands and most unpredictable.
We're late for a break, but let's keep going on here.
You want to? Because I've got several more.
Yeah, I know you've got to be downtown at 12, but you can hang out about 15 more minutes, right?
Yeah, we're not going to take a break, though. We'll keep going now.
I want to reprise Trash on the Table. I feel like we created something there.
You sponsored it for a long time.
7 years.
Yeah.
7 years.
How about that?
Does Alex have it now, or does somebody else have it?
No. Mortgage Right.
I still get questioned about Trash on the Table.
Power of advertising.
That's good
here
advertising.
On the next round.
Your question, Brownie, for Tommy Spina.
Well, there was a question in the chat. I'm going to dig back through now. Troy says, true or false, you don't have to have knowledge of a crime to be an accessory. Is that true?
Troy is a person.
Troy is a person. You don't have to have knowledge of a crime to be an accessory. Is that an accurate statement?
I think you have to have some knowledge.
Okay. Well, then never mind for the rest of his question.
I think you have to have knowledge because it goes to the question of intent. Think of a possession case. A bag of marijuana in Alabama is still illegal. And let's say this is y'all's studio, and over there in the beer cooler, they do have a beer cooler in the studio, I might add. There's somebody has placed, unbeknownst to you, a bag of marijuana.
Okay.
This is your studio.
That is correct.
This is an area that you have total control over, and dominion is the lawyer word that's used. If the police were to come in and find that bag of marijuana in there, you're technically in possession of it, even though it's not actual possession, it's constructive possession. So it would be up to the state to prove that you had knowledge that was there. So, knowledge of a crime, that sort of gets to the end game. Knowledge that something bad was about to happen, how about this? Bring me my joint.
Okay.
Somebody's screwing with me,
but, all right.
and I want to be able to defend myself.
Let's assume I'm your client, which I love you to death, Tommy, but I hope I'm never your client.
I have been
Okay.
once. Thanks for allowing me to drive in the state of Arizona
That's true.
again.
Dunaway, yeah.
I did get you.
You did. You did
out of
Dunaway a
something.
huge one. All
I
right,
did.
so let's assume I'm your client.
It's tough out in Arizona. There
It
are those
is.
cameras.
I call you at 1 a.m. You answer the phone, and I say, "Hey, listen."
No, that's the first mistake.
Okay, but let's assume you see it's my number and you
I
answer.
used to keep your card in my wallet.
I know.
We do not disturb.
You answer, and I say, Tommy, listen, I can't explain everything, but I was out tonight with some guys. He left a gun in the backseat of my car. I don't know anything about this guy, really. I don't know about this gun, but I got a gun in the backseat of my car that does not belong to me. He has called me and told me to bring it back to him. What should I do? What would you advise me to do as my attorney?
In this day and age, it's odd that you mentioned this because just the other day I had someone that wasn't supposed to be around firearms, and he was moving, and he pulled, he found a firearm in a box, and he said, "What do I do with this?" It was a .25 caliber pistol. And I said, "Throw it away. Don't call the police." That was my advice to him. What I would do in this day and age with
Like throw it away
firearm-
like in a body of water, or
Yeah, it wasn't a crime. It was just something he shouldn't have had possession of. It wasn't his.
So you told him to get rid of it,
No,
basically,
just
yeah.
get rid of it.
Okay.
It wasn't an instrument of a crime. He wasn't obstructing justice. He wasn't destroying evidence. I just said get rid of it. My concern was that he might do something silly to himself with it, and I didn't want that to happen. So
Okay.
that's why I gave him that advice.
Yeah.
In this day and age, with the amount of death and violence that we see, particularly amongst young people, I would have to say that I think my advice would be go back to sleep.
That's what I said.
But I'm out driving around, and my point to Lance is, what if I get pulled over and a cop flashes the light in the back seat and there's a gun laying there? That's not my gun.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I know, but what if the gun was used in a crime, and now I've got possession? I'm the only one in the car.
It'll come out that you didn't do it, though.
I
Did
would
you do
hope,
it? Did
but-
you do it?
No, I didn't do it, but it's not. But I can't just tell.
Yeah,
the
but I
police.
just think the optics, Tommy, of at 1:38 in the morning, you were out with a couple of guys that are drinking, and one says, "Bring me my gun" at 1:38. It can't be for recreational purposes.
I know, but
no, it's certainly got a bad perception to it.
There's no doubt it does. But the other side of that
then
is
can they prove anything beyond that? And again, back to the original question, got to have some witnesses.
yeah. But the other side of that is, if I'm driving around, I get pulled over, he sees the gun, and he says, "Sir, is that your gun?" No, it's not my gun. What do the police do at that point? Or what are they supposed to do at that point?
Well, they probably arrest you.
Probably so, which is
why
my
would
point.
they arrest you for having a gun in the back seat of your car?
I would hope they wouldn't, but what
there's
if?
nothing wrong with that.
I agree. We live-
Nowadays, I can have one in my pocket.
So
right
if they
now.
say, but what, all right, so now give me, so that happens to me, and the cop says, is that your gun? What do I tell him? No, it's not my gun.
You're reminding me of Peter Sellers, the Pink Panther. Does your dog bite? Is that your gun?
Is that your gun? And I say, no, it is not my gun. It is a friend of mine. I dropped him off at the bar up there.
Okay. End of conversation.
And the police at that point are supposed to say, okay, sir, move on. Here's your speeding ticket. That's what they're supposed to say, right?
Well, I don't know what they're supposed to say. They may say that. Do they suspect the gun has been used in a crime? If they do, they're probably going to ask you if you mind if they take it.
And at that point, I'm like,
if it's
please get it out of my backseat. Yes.
If it's not your gun and you don't have any knowledge of what the gun was used for, sure, take it.
It should be noted that Brown's biggest fear in life is spending one night in jail.
Going to jail.
Yep.
That's why I'm glad to have you as a friend. If I ever get in that spot, you're the first call, and you better answer at 2 in the morning.
We appreciate your time so much and your friendship all these years.
Oh, it's great. It's been a long time. We've been at this a while.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of requests over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room to have you back.
Yeah, we'll bring you back.
You
Is
want
that
me to
okay?
come back?
Yes,
we might,
we'd love to come.
we might
You're-
need a sponsorship with the counselor.
See, it's always about money.
It is. That's always about money with you.
7 years times, you know what, times 12.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think when I decided to take a left on that, it was because they were moving y'all around. I like the midday time slot.
Well,
Ironically, that's where we are.
We're right here, Tommy.
I know.
Yeah.
And then they moved you to some daybreak. And as you know, and you need to know, Ryan, I'm not generally a guy who likes to move about in that early.
I got a 7:05 tea time at Augusta tomorrow.
Very
AM.
Really?
No, but you'd get up for that, wouldn't you?
Oh, I don't know. If
He'd
I'd
meet
even
you at
do
the
that.
turn. He'd meet you at the
I
turn.
have a 10:20 tea time on Friday, assuming the weather is warm.
I will tell you that if you come back and join the show sponsor-wise again, we'll get LT to look a little fresher from now on. Every time you come in, he'll get a little bit more sleep.
Oh, don't come down too hard on him. That's why he does radio and not TV.
Tommy Spina in studio answering some difficult legal questions with us today. Part of the show being brought to you by the great folks right there at Nichols Outfitters. If you are looking for hunting or outdoor wear, Nichols Outfitters also always the great folks to do that.
Absolutely, and they're still unloading that deer season gear, all the deer hunting gear right there at Nichols Outfitters, deer call scents, attractants, all of that through the end of February. 50% off at Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors.
And always, this hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, open for lunch right now. Go by there and check everything out at champyschicken.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. At the New Balance Birmingham store, we go beyond taking your measurements. For us, comfort fit means a lot more than just checking for enough room in the toe box. You see, a simple fit may look and feel okay inside the store, but high-quality custom-fit shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store will continue to look and feel great while performing the task you need them to do. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store and experience the difference a custom fit makes for you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We continue on this hour, part of our show being brought to you today by our friends right there at Proximo. That's our friends with Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. Tell us about that tequila while I catch my throat here.
Look, somebody texted me, our friend Steve from Red Wing, and he was asking me, hey, man, what is that tequila you guys been pimping? I said, Dobel. Premium tequila. You need to pick some up. And he was asking how we drink it. I said, look, I drink mine with a little limeade sometimes with crushed ice. You can just drink it chilled. I said Brown, who doesn't drink a lot, drinks his with pineapple. But Dobel will go great with anything. It is a premium tequila. It's our favorite tequila. It's the official tequila of the next round. You can pick it up at ABC stores, package stores. Ask for it by name.
Yeah, Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. I just like mine over ice and squeeze a couple of lime in there. And it is absolutely delicious, and it gives you that perfect mixture of sipping or mixing there. Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, asked for it by name. All right, so a lot of conversation through the first half of the show with Carol Robinson and Tommy Spina. If you're interested in Brandon Miller and the aftermath of the court testimony yesterday, all that is podcasted on our platform. Basketball tonight on the court, Alabama at South Carolina, 8 o'clock. ESPN2 for that one. Chris Stewart and company on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Alabama's a tournament team. Auburn, right now a tournament team, trying to secure their spot in the Big Dance. Big home game tonight against lowly Ole Miss. Bruce Pearl trying to overcome what has been a couple of road games this year, and maybe the second half against Alabama where Auburn fans don't think some of the foul calls have gone their way. Bruce gets asked about trying to overcome some whistles yesterday in his news conference.
Traditionally, basketball says teams that go to the basket shoot more free throws. What happens when that doesn't work, and how do you get through that?
I think that that's true. What I would say is let's give Vanderbilt credit for defending us with verticality and working really hard at not fouling us. I believe that I just can't say anymore. I'm sorry.
He tied himself in a knot, didn't he?
Yeah, but first let's give Vanderbilt credit for doing a good job.
But
and then he didn't go anymore because in basketball there's a lot of judgment calls. And if you're a Tennessee fan today, you think to yourself, well, man, last night at Texas A&M, the same things we did against Alabama and Auburn and Knoxville, we're doing the same things to Texas A&M last night. And they're fouls in College Station, and they're not fouls in Knoxville. And that becomes the frustrating thing as you watch college basketball. And it's hard on the coaches. I imagine it's hard as heck on the players. You do the same thing, same place, same way, just in a different place, and it gets whistled differently by the same guys who were officiating your game the week before at your place.
Yeah, and that game you're talking about referencing last night, 34-14 against Tennessee on the road. Auburn's situation was 27-10. It wasn't even, the discrepancy wasn't as big. It just looked really bad that Auburn went to the line 10 times.
Yeah, so you just have to overcome it. You just have to overcome it. What was Wimp's old quote to us about when you played Kentucky at Rupp Arena?
8 on 5.
It was 8 on 5.
Every time 8 on 5.
And he knew that going in. And that is almost the belief you have to go into the season doing. Vol fan over there, Tennessee fans aren't complaining about the refs last night. They're complaining about Rick Barnes.
He's starting to catch some heat.
Seriously, Vol fan 205, tell us more about that. Why is Rick Barnes catching heat?
I think people feel like Rick Barnes can't close the deal in Tennessee. I think they're a little – by close the deal, I mean he gets really good teams, but what do they get out of it?
Right. He's had some really good teams, and you just hadn't had that deep tournament run, and I don't know what to think because the same thing happened at Texas. He had one Final Four run.
I think they feel like he's just too offensively challenged. Can you not just be a little better on offense and match it with that defense? You got a world-class defense. Can he not be just a little better on offense?
Bruce Pearl's best teams are the ones, I mean, he is always a defensive coach, but sometimes they're very good offensively, like they were last year.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, do you still have the pictures of Walker Kessler? Auburn sent this out earlier this week. All-Star break over the weekend, and look who, before they cranked back up the NBA schedule, look who came by. Big Walker Kessler, better in the video, barely in the video. He's so tall in that first photo.
I know that first one might have been forced perspective, but he looks so much taller than Bruce and Stephen Pearl. And I know he is taller, but he looks way taller.
Kessler is one of those guys having an amazing rookie season. I dare say he's having a better season than Jabari is, but maybe because I expected so much from Jabari than I did from Walker Kessler. But he's making it work, and back in Auburn this week to say hi to the guys. And Auburn catching that on tape and sending that out. All right, quick break here. We'll get back on time. We appreciate Tommy Spina spending extra time with us, answering some of our legal questions. Softball tonight. If you're down in Auburn, UAB is playing Auburn tonight. If you're over in Tuscaloosa, Samford is playing Alabama in softball this evening. Last night in baseball, Auburn, nationally ranked, got a 13-1 win over North Alabama up in Madison. And last night, number 20 Alabama got a win over Tennessee Tech over in Tuscaloosa. Big change, and I don't know what the weather forecast is. Look what the weather this week in Los Angeles, California. I've never seen this happen before.
I got it right here.
It was supposed to be Auburn at USC this weekend out in L.A. in baseball. And the weather forecast in L.A.
Oh, my gosh, bad. Raining in the 40s and 50s. You never get that in L.A.
The forecast was so bad in Los Angeles that USC is flying to Auburn to play the games this week. They're going to play Friday, Saturday, Sunday in Auburn. So they flipped a home and home. Instead of Auburn jumping on a charter and flying out to L.A. for a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, USC is coming to Auburn for better weather.
Boy, this is into times. I mean, you've got what I'm looking at on a 10-day forecast. All 10 days, it's going to be in the low 40s on the low. And it's going to touch 60 just a couple of the days, and 6 out of 7 days it's going to rain. I mean, this is something you never see in Southern California.
Yeah, that's Southern California weather. So USC is leaving SoCal to come to Auburn for better weather in February.
Never see it.
That is crazy. I hope it's not into times, though. When we come back, we will do Trash Today. The show being brought to you this hour by our friends at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119. Those wonderful Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, the Southern fried chicken plates, all the sides, those wonderful hand-cut chicken fingers, the po' boys, whatever you want. Great place for lunch. Highway 119. It's champy'schicken.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Great businesses stand the test of time, and our friends at Wayne's are celebrating their 50th year in business in 2023. And as a way for Wayne's to say thank you to loyal customers and communities Wayne's serves, you'll get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. $50 off for existing customers as you add new services or brand new customers. So save $50 on every service you sign up for with Wayne's. This offer is good through February 28th. That's 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com and the code TNR.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Montevallo baseball, by the way, I'll bring them up because they're my school. Number 8 in Division II in baseball. What a great team they have down there. Baseball really going full swing now. I saw what Mississippi State is projected not to do great again. It's surprising to me.
Yeah, it's one of those programs you always think is good.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine they would be down 2 years in a row after winning a national championship.
I haven't watched college baseball a lot over the years, but I'm far less likely to watch it now. They've basically eliminated any celebration. You can't use props to celebrate.
Well, I saw there was one guy that got ejected last night after a home run.
The Washington kid?
Yeah.
Did you see it?
Yeah.
Did you watch the whole trip around the bases?
No, what happened?
So he hits a home run. I don't know what actually got him ejected. He carries the bat down the line for a minute.
Happens all the time.
Tosses it. Not like a flip toss, just tosses it over. Runs the bases. As he's rounding between second and third, they're wearing a shirt that says Washington, and he does, like a slash across his chest under the Washington.
Just basically highlighting Washington.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
But did they eject him for what's called a slashing move?
I guess. I don't really know.
Yeah.
But
I saw people up in arms about that.
Yeah, what I saw was that there's a team, I want to say it's Virginia Tech, I think, that they had the home run sledgehammer. And they would bring it out of the dugout when they met at the plate, and the guy that hits the home run got to slam it down on the ground, and everybody jumped on his way back to the dugout. NCAA's eliminated any of that.
Well, Tennessee did all of this stuff last year.
They did, which, I mean, I just don't. We're talking about college baseball players. You're not going to let them celebrate with props? Come on, man. What are we doing?
Yeah, but meanwhile, we can do chains and.
Oh, football, yeah.
That's coming.
Yeah, football, you got the turnover chain, turnover shoulder pads.
I would tell you, Tennessee made it fun last year because if you were a Tennessee fan, it was fun to cheer for them because they were so good and they were out there. The other side of it, they were fun to hate, right? To cheer against them. So they made it a lot more interesting. I mean, to make sports work, you almost need
a villain.
You need a villain sometimes. And Tennessee played that role as a villain last year because they were so in your face as they were kicking your ass.
So we've got over in the chat room, old Jay Price, act like you've been there before. He calls it a quote-unquote good take. I'm not going to watch sports because they can't celebrate. I'm not. I mean, it's a stupid rule.
Still amazed Tennessee didn't even make it to the College World Series.
That is crazy.
I find it... So you will never watch college baseball again?
Well, I mean, I said up front I wasn't watching a lot of it to begin with.
But
I
now,
said that
no
up
matter
front.
what, you will not watch it because of this?
I'm saying I'm less likely to watch it, yeah.
Okay. I just don't make those absolutes. If it's entertaining, it's on my TV.
Well, it's not entertaining, Jim, because they're throwing people out for celebrating.
I'm just saying.
Well, I'd never make absolutes.
You say you're never going to watch it again. He's going to tell us about people that didn't watch the XFL after LT tells us about our friends at Peachtree, Alabama Planning.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter how old you are. You make a financial mistake, it can set you back years. It can affect your kids. It can affect retirement. So many different things. Let us tell you about our good friends at Peachtree Planning of Alabama. Peachtree Planning, they're an independent financial service firm dedicated to assisting clients with their greatest financial concerns. They offer comprehensive wealth management, financial strategies to clients across the country. Wherever you're listening to us, these guys you can reach out to Mark Burkholder, Clay McDowell at Peachtree Planning. Let them give you an unbiased complimentary audit of your current life insurance, investment, retirement planning. That's Mark Burkholder, Clay McDowell, guys I've known for years, sat down with them, went over my finances, I think it was 4 years ago. These guys are the best. Peachtree Planning of Alabama. Give them a call today. 205-965-3437. That's 205-965-3437. And make sure you tell them the next round sent you.
First weekend of XFL games or any new league is always usually is not a correct sentence, usually the best ratings you get? It usually goes down here from there. How was it for the XFL?
I think it was 3.5 million for USFL, if I remember. The top-rated game for the USFL was the Sunday 3:00 game versus the Daytona 500, 1.5 million for St. Louis, San Antonio. That was the A.J. McCarron comeback, right?
That was, yes.
Battlehawks and Brahmas.
Would have been the game that did the best here for sure.
Probably, I would guess. I haven't seen the local ratings. The Saturday game at 3:00, that's 2:00 Central, by the way, 1.5 million, and then below 1 million for the 2 ESPN games. Not great ratings for the XFL. Again,
do you have Daytona 500 numbers?
8.1 million, which is down from last year, but still a good number there. 8.1 million. I think it was 8.8 million last year.
Wow, so 8.1 million.
Yeah, watch the Daytona 500.
That's a good number compared to some regular season baseball and such like that.
NBA All-Star Game was the thing that really got destroyed year to year. They lost almost 2 million viewers year to year.
Yeah,
on TNT.
When it's 185 to 174, whatever it was, I'm not sure you can even call that basketball.
It's tough to call it that.
Let's do trash. It's brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Quick picture of Tyler in there, if we can.
Hey, Tyler.
He's in the nextround.store. Nextround.store camera there. There's no Rockstar there for a few more weeks. He's still on tour. Nobody answer. Anybody know where Rockstar is today?
Modesto, California.
I know he's in California. I know he'll be in Bakersfield tomorrow because I got a request for a ticket.
Okay. He was in Albuquerque yesterday?
Uh-huh.
Where is he today? Does anybody know?
I don't know.
Might actually be off today.
Albuquerque yesterday. Tucson yesterday. Albuquerque
Phoenix.
before that. Phoenix today. So he's
Oh,
in
not
Phoenix,
even in
Arizona.
California.
How about that? Phoenix, Arizona tonight
Boy,
for
he's
Rockstar.
still got a long way to go on the road.
If you're watching out in the land of Barkley and Durant, go see Rockstar tonight with that Rumors Black Jacket. And until then, Tyler's the guy hitting the big button.
Well, shit. What are y'all doing? This is awful. It's still March. How many days in March?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, did the new year add to your financial uncertainty? Let the experts at Mortgage Right help you get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, and reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, there is no middleman. You can trust that your files will never leave their office. Take control today. Visit mortgageright.com. Their location's 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds, 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first. Florida woman has been charged with aggravated battery after deputies say she deliberately drove into oncoming traffic, which ultimately led to a crash.
Oh, no.
Deliberately?
Witnesses,
Not by mistake? Not like an old lady turning the wrong way?
No, they told Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office that 20-year-old Anissa Gines was speeding in her Nissan Sentra, driving the wrong way, deliberately swerving to try to collide with the oncoming traffic. Eventually, Gines slammed into a Toyota. The 71-year-old driver suffered significant but non-life-threatening injuries. An off-duty deputy tried to detain Gines as she began to walk away. When he grabbed Gines, she asked, quote, "Why are you touching me?" To which the deputy replied, "Because you could have killed someone." Now, the deputy said Gines showed no sympathy. Instead, she blamed the other drivers, saying it was their bad. Sheriff's Office said Gines was uninjured from the crash, refused to walk to the patrol car. Gines was charged with aggravated battery with a deadly weapon and resisting an officer.
So not drinking, no mental illness?
Not that we know of.
Just grumpy?
Yeah.
I'm going to assume there was probably some kind of substance abuse.
You think
and
so?
probably
Yeah.
something mentally wrong.
Yeah, or trying to make suicide by car, you know.
Oof.
A woman in Anchorage, Alaska is recovering from her injuries after she was kicked in the head by a moose while walking her dog last week.
Huh.
We have video of this?
We do have video?
Yep, I got video.
Oh, my gosh.
Tracy Hansen?
News story you told me about?
Yep, this is the same one I was
And
talking
her
about.
dog, Gunner, were walking the usual route they take when she was suddenly knocked to the ground. Quote, "I thought someone had not been paying attention and hit me with a bike or something. I put my hands up to my head, and I'm like, I'm bleeding." It was only when she looked up that she realized she'd been kicked by a large moose that she and her dog had walked past earlier.
Wow. So the moose came back. So video? Hit it, man. Here we go.
We got video. Here we go. Oh my gosh!
Oh wow!
That's
That's a big animal.
So give me that again. So
it required staples, by the way, to the head.
Oh, so that's the moose hitting the lady. So the person filming, the car is just filming the moose, and then there's the lady that gets hit.
I think she said, "Watch out." She did. Look,
Yeah,
you can see her
watch
mouth.
out. Yeah, watch out! There's a moose behind you. What?
She was behind the lady who was walking with her dog for about a block.
So she sees this coming. Yeah.
She's videoing the moose charging this lady while screaming, "Watch out! Watch out! There's a moose behind you."
Don't you think you could hear it? I guess if you had AirPods in.
Yeah, if you got AirPods, I guess not.
And it's in Anchorage, Alaska, according to the tag there. Wow.
That's wild, man.
But
I would get everything on video now.
You know, so she got staples to the head. But I would be afraid that was such a force that it would like push head into concrete, do some serious damage.
Lucky to be alive.
We've got a chocolate thief facing jail after admitting he stole almost 200,000 Cadbury cream eggs. Have you had one since you ate all those?
No, I'm not sure I'd had any before. I didn't really know what they tasted like as I got into that sugar-filled craziness.
You know, I saw one in the store the other day, and the first person I thought of was Jim Dunaway.
I'd love a list of things
that made me think of you,
that I'm associated with. Because we played a game up here yesterday, and I felt like I was the target of every joke.
Oh, Jim.
Yep.
What was the one question? If your scarecrow could... what was that question?
I don't know. If your scarecrow had a name.
If you wanted a scarecrow to actually scare crows, it would look like blank.
Oh, y'all put Dunaway?
Yeah, Jim was the popular answer.
Oh, Jim, I'm sorry, man. I wasn't here. I'd have taken up for you.
A lot of those. Most of them came from Kelsey.
Yeah.
In fact, 98% of them came from Kelsey.
You got a little rivalry going.
Yeah, you Kelsey.
I've been able to tell.
It's no rivalry. I've never won a game.
So he stole almost 200,000 Cadbury cream eggs, worth more than $33,000. Joby Poole, dubbed the Easter Bunny by police, used a stolen cab to make off with chocolate after breaking into an industrial unit with a metal grinder on Saturday. Wow. He's expected to be jailed for about 2 years next month. After pleading guilty to theft and criminal charge, Poole used a stolen tractor to tow away the trailer full of chocolate. I just don't even know what you were going to do with this.
That is a lot of chocolate. I mean, you steal a box of it, maybe you eat a box. You steal a trailer full, I'm not sure what you're doing.
You know, a Cadbury egg, I'm good with one about every 10 years.
I can't tell you the last one I've had.
It's been a long time.
I would rather go with a Rolo, a Reese's Cup, just a straight up old school caramel square.
You know what I just had the other day? Excuse me, for the first time in a while was Girl Scout cookies.
Wait, did you see the price? No. It's all for a good cause, so please go buy the Girl Scout cookies.
I'm not a huge fan, though.
I like the Samoas and the Thin Mints. I can eat the Samoas and the Thin Mints.
I like the Tagalongs, and I think if you price them out, they end up being about $2.50 a cookie.
There's no way.
It's going to a good cause for the kids.
Maybe it's $1.50. I don't know. I was sitting there going, how much does this box cost?
You know, I think it's one thing.
Are you buying them at SoFi?
No.
I tell you, we don't do this here, and I would 100% do it here, but it was frustrating back in our corporate days when some mom would show up with their kids' Girl Scout cookies and just go door to door and basically shame people into buying them. I hated that.
What about when you're at the grocery store and they're set up outside the grocery store?
I can blow past them there, but at the office and a coworker comes in and basically shames you into buying them.
Well, all you got to do is say, I just bought some for my neighbor.
Yeah.
I felt obligated.
I'd get up and leave Dunaway in the room.
Yep, and I would buy every time.
I knew you'd buy them.
Same thing happened to me one time with brittle at your place, but the brittle ended up being worth every penny.
At my place?
No, at Trivia.
At Oates,
It was Bronny's brittle.
Yeah, that stuff's good.
It ended up being the best brittle I'd ever tasted.
Now she makes it with gold, right?
Yeah, but I was sitting there the first time. I was like, I can't not believe you guys got up and went to the bathroom.
I was on stage. That was not me.
I ended up buying the brittle, and then I took it home, and I was like, okay, this is worth every penny. It's the best brittle I've ever had. Oh, my God. I don't know what she puts in it, but I would eat it right now.
Now, a crazy story here. A recent Irish inquest found that a man who died in April of 2022 was attacked by a rooster with a history of attacking people. The Irish Examiner reported that Jasper Krause was allegedly attacked by a Brahma chicken that was moved to his property after it attacked a child. Now, Krause was found laying in his kitchen with a puncture wound on his left leg and a trail of blood from the house to the chicken coop.
A Brahma chicken?
His daughter said during the judicial inquiry that she realized the chicken must have caused her father's death, suspecting it was the chicken with blood on its claws because it had attacked her own daughter previously. One tenant at Krause's house was woken up by the attack, rushing to the kitchen to see a large wound on Krause's calf, and immediately called for emergency services. He went in and out of consciousness while waiting for paramedics, and he was ultimately pronounced dead at the scene.
Might be time to kill that old rooster there. Eat him. I don't know.
Also, as he was going in and out of consciousness, he kept saying, "Rooster, rooster."
Oh, so he was trying
to tell the other
that's
guy
who got me.
it was the rooster that did it.
I don't know why I keep saying who's Rooster.
Poor guy who's a gas attendant at the local service station.
Hey, Rooster, come over
Rooster,
here.
you're under arrest. Why'd you keep stabbing O'Roy?
That's hard to believe, though. Didn't we have a beaver that killed somebody one time?
Yeah, I think I remember a beaver killing somebody.
I guess she gets that order.
As we said, it's taken down many a man.
Interesting movie facts here. Rocky IV. Sylvester Stallone wanted to make sure boxing scenes looked real in Rocky IV, so he instructed Dolph Lundgren to actually hit him. Punch to the chest, left Stallone in intensive care for about 4 days.
Intensive care?
Yeah, I've heard that before. Yeah, I think it broke ribs, collapsed along.
If you just look at that photo, that's a very unrealistic movie. Obviously, Dolph Lundgren would have beaten Sylvester Stallone into the ground.
Well, just because of the reach.
Yes, I mean, Dolph Lundgren
Can't measure heart, Brown.
Twice as I can measure reach, though, Lance. Dolph Lundgren would have dribbled him into the ground.
Yeah, but Stallone does have that look in True in the movie. I mean, he could take a punch.
He is not the man. He is a machine.
Just take a punch and get into the body, man.
When Dolph finally bled was the turning point in that movie.
They had not prepared him for that.
Lance, you know good and well you'd had Dolph minus 380 in that fight.
Yeah. Probably would have laid the 382.
Yeah.
Man of Steel, Henry Cavill refused to take steroids to muscle up for the role, as well as any digital touch-ups or enhancement to his body in his shirtless scenes. Dunaway, would you have taken the digital touch-ups or enhancement to the body?
Absolutely. Yes, and add another inch.
Cavill said it would have been dishonest of him to use trickery while playing Superman.
He knows he's in a movie, right?
By the way, by the way, he knows he can't fly, right? So they did do some computer generation.
That's where the dishonesty ended.
They can't bend steel either.
Yeah, so the fact that we're going to let you fly in this movie, let us touch up those abs.
Yeah.
But hats off, those abs look spot on.
I'm not going to call him a method actor now. I guarantee you, though, that is just the suit.
Now, when did that
You don't
Superman
think
come
that's
out?
his abs?
You're going to have to ask Lunsford.
I think it was 2013.
Oh, okay. That's an old one.
As seen by the 7-Eleven sign on the side.
Speaking of old Candyman, back in 1992, the bees were bred specifically for this movie. They needed to make sure the bees were only 12 hours old, so they looked like mature bees, but their stinger wouldn't be powerful enough to do any damage.
Oh. Are these 12? 13. That one's 13 hours.
And finally, Schindler's List. I had never heard this story. It's pretty good. During production, the atmosphere was so grim and depressing, Steven Spielberg asked his friend Robin Williams if he could tell some jokes and do comedy sketches while Spielberg would watch episodes of Seinfeld. Some of Williams' sketches, while played through the speakerphone to the cast and crew, ended up being part of dialogue material for his character in Aladdin, the Genie.
Oh, how about that? I did hear that Spielberg always let the cast watch the final cut of the movie before anyone else. And then they would have a party afterwards, like a celebration. And for Saving Private Ryan, they did the party before. Because he basically said, you're not going to want to party after watching the final cut of this.
Go home afterwards.
I would think the same for Schindler.
Yeah, you would think, wouldn't you?
That is Trash, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, hey, buying a home is a major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. The housing market has its ups and downs. The perfect home you've had your eye on may be harder to come by, but with Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. Plus, you'll know just how much home you can buy, locally owned and operated. Mortgage Right is standing by to help you today. Visit their locations on Highway 280 in Birmingham or Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply. Go to mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. February is the month of love. And if you're in the market to buy or sell a home, you are going to love Holly Mack Wilson. What's there to love? Holly Mack Wilson will help you prepare your current home for sale and get you top dollar for it. She'll help you find your dream home and negotiate the best deal for it. And Holly Mack Wilson will find you a home anywhere in Alabama. There's a lot to love about Holly Mack Wilson. Call her today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online, hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a lovely anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Back with you on the Next Round, open hour and the final hour, which includes 4 downs today. We'll get to that coming up.
That's not accurate. Andy Kennedy's at 12, Todd Fuhrman at 12:30.
Okay, Andy Kennedy and Todd Fuhrman. That's on me. Andy Kennedy at 12?
At 12, Todd Fuhrman at 12:30.
Todd Fuhrman. Before that, between that,
we'll have 4 downs. Yes.
We'll get to 4 downs.
Right.
Oh, thank goodness. I was trying to piece together what we're going to talk about the last hour. No need now. We're packed. Andy Kennedy, 4 downs, and Todd Fuhrman. All that coming up on the show that is brought to you in part by our friends at MyBookie. If you want to stay up to date better than I did about the last hour, mybookie.ag.
Yeah, mybookie.ag is where you can go right now and get down on some college hoops. Look, I know the NFL season is over, college football is over. That doesn't mean it has to be over for you. Mybookie.ag. Get that great sign-on bonus up to, listen to me, $2,000 right there at mybookie.ag when you use code NEXTROUND. You might want to play Florida, catching points at home, plus 2.5 as they host Kentucky. LSU, plus 2.5, catching points at home as they host Vanderbilt. I think you're about to see a theme here. I mean, you can play any of those games right there at mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND, and get up to $2,000 in that sign-on bonus. Alabama favored 17.5 at South Carolina. Auburn favored 12.5 at home against Ole Miss. All of those right there in mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Whether it's for fun, to make money, whatever, mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere when you go to mybookie.ag and use code NEXTROUND.
Also, the show brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy there. Maybe Lamar Jackson will have a nice chilled Bud Light while he wakes to find out if he's going to be tagged or not. Franchise tag window opened up yesterday. For those that are not familiar with the National Football League, you could tag somebody, but if you tag them, that makes them very happy because they get paid as a top 5 player at that position. So if you use a franchise tag, they'll take the average of the top 5 quarterbacks on Lamar Jackson. That's what he would get paid for 1 year. He's unhappy at that point because, or any player would be, because they didn't get a long-term deal. So there's some happiness and unhappiness with being franchise tag. Do you think they end up franchise tagging Lamar Jackson?
Man, this is tricky because you got 2 franchise tags. You got the exclusive and the non-exclusive. Exclusive top 5 of position, which is going to come out to about $45 million, which he would be eligible for again next year. So you'd be investing close to $100 million in Lamar over 2 years. But if you go non-exclusive, you could get a team like Forrester's Falcons that would give up 2 first rounds for him and offer him the same amount of money, and he's gone. And then you're stuck without a quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, so you would just have to think if you're going to go the 2 exclusives and pay him roughly $45 to $50 million a year. I mean, I'm going to do that for 2 years. What would my contract be with him if I just paid him that over a normal contract?
About 45 or 50 million for 5 years.
Or probably 5 years. So I'm almost halfway through the contract already.
I think they're afraid, and look, he's only 26. He's still relatively young. I think they're afraid to lock him up because they're not sure about durability after missing time this year. There's been some inconsistencies. Once he gets to the postseason, there hasn't been a ton of production. So I think they want Lamar Jackson, but I don't think they necessarily want to invest $400 million into him.
What you brought it up. What I find interesting, the 3 likely landing spots, if they do end up doing some kind of a trade, is the Raiders, the Jets, who we hear about every quarterback right now, Raiders and Jets, and the Atlanta Falcons. You have said all along of the 4 teams in the NFC South, you think, and possibly because of Pitts in London, the receivers, that a good quarterback in Atlanta, that team is ready to win big now if they get quarterback right.
Yeah. At least win the NFC South. At least they're a postseason team at that point. Again, Atlanta was 7-10 without good quarterback play this year. You know, interesting. I heard a scenario yesterday: Aaron Rodgers to Carolina, and obviously Carolina would probably be obviously the team to beat.
It's just a weird feeling spot for him, Carolina. I cannot envision him in that uniform.
Well, but I've also heard that Aaron Rodgers more than likely is going to be back at Green Bay.
Which is I almost can't envision him in that uniform at this point.
But that seems to be the betting favorite. Derek Carr's brother says it's going to be a long process, him deciding where he's going to go. That seems like you're gambling at that point to do that. And then the other one is they're more and more trending now that Anthony Richardson, the Florida quarterback, is going to keep climbing on the draft board in the first round, that he is a guy that is going to wow everybody at Pro Day and wow everybody in the NFL Combine. And I understand that you may wow me at Pro Day or at the NFL Combine, but when I watch the games, Anthony Richardson did not blow me away. So you tell me, are you buying this Anthony Richardson hype?
I'm not buying the hype, no. Am I buying that he's probably going to get overdrafted? Yes. I mean, Daniel Jeremiah, when he was with us, said – essentially, that's not a direct quote of DJ, but his good reel and bad reel probably have more space between them than anybody in the draft. So when you watch his really good plays and his really bad plays, they're continents apart.
But here's the
thing. Which scares me to death.
Yeah, his bad plays outweigh his good plays.
Well, and if that's the case, I don't know why you're drafting
him. And, this is a guy that completed 53% of his passes this year. That is not – That's bad in today's football.
That is.
It's really bad. Look, he's got the size. He's 6'4". He's 235 pounds. He can fly. He's got all of the attributes that you want, but watching on film, he's just so raw. I think he did himself a disservice coming out. I say that. Now, he gets drafted, in the top 15 of the first round. He's going to make a lot of money initially. But if he would have come back, performed well, he could have been the second, third quarterback taken off the board next year.
Former Alabama player Daron Payne, now with Washington, defensive tackle, he is expected to get franchise tagged at some point today, which would make him a top 5 highest paid defensive tackle in the NFL, which would be huge for him. And he's part of that great Commanders defense there in Washington. All right, a little NFL news for you there. Top of the hour, Andy Kennedy talking basketball after a win sweep through Texas. It is senior night, Thursday night down at Bartow Arena. We'll talk to AK about that coming up on the other side. The show is being brought to you today in part by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Hemp Hill, Adam, Chad, and the team right there want to help you with the cooling, the heating, and the plumbing needs. They also sponsored Lance's Lock. He'll send out a winner a little bit later on at the Lance Taylor.
Yeah, our friends at Hemp Hill Services, remember they're offering that $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a Trane. Do it now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons. Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Boy, it seems like the season is a long season until it's not anymore, and then it flies by at the end. The good stuff goes by quickly, and we're already to senior night in some places, including UAB coming up this weekend. Big trip through Texas. We talked to Jelly between games last week. You can always catch those on all of our video platforms, and our weekly visits with him and Andy Kennedy are brought to you by the great folks at Legacy Credit Union. A Legacy Credit Union, no matter where you are in life, start building a legacy you can be proud of today. Legacy, the official credit union of the UAB Blazers. It's time for senior night already Thursday night.
All right, Andy Kennedy with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. AK, what's up? How are you?
Good, guys. How are y'all?
Doing awesome. I know you have played 8 games since this one, but I do want to go back to last Thursday night, playing in El Paso. No heat in the building, only 2 refs. How weird was that environment?
Yeah, it was strange. You know, number one, I'd never been to El Paso prior to last season. I've been all over the state of Texas, but never El Paso. We went out there. You know, I'm a basketball Jones, the Don Haskins Center, the tradition and the legacy of that place, the huge college basketball town. And you know, you're way out there. You're way west, my friend. So I go back this year. We won the game last year, so I was looking forward to going back. When we landed, I had no idea it got that cold there. Holy cow, was it cold. It felt as if we were sitting off of Lake Michigan, too, because the gale force winds were incredible. So then we get to the gym, and they were like, hey, man, sorry to tell you, but the heat's broke. Excuse me? Yeah, and it was like 28 degrees outside, and again, the wind, if I had any hair, would have been whipping beautifully. But it was really strange. Thankfully, our guys didn't use it as an excuse. We had one of our better shooting performances of the season. We did have 21 turnovers. Maybe our fingers got a little frosty at times in the turnover category, but overall, when you can go into a place such as that and come out with a 13-point win, you'll take it.
I think you and Tim Hardaway are about the same age. Did you ever play against Hardaway at any level, speaking of UTEP?
I did not. He was just elected into the Naismith Hall of Fame in the last class, as was Bob Huggins, so I actually was there and had an opportunity to speak with him. He's a couple of years older than me. What a great player.
So it's senior night. And when I say that for you, a guy who loves to build a program, build a family, and you've done it now in the portal age where you bring in some guys who aren't always a Blazer for life, they're only a Blazer at the end. What does senior night mean for you?
Well, I hope that, number one, we can get a great crowd in Bartow Arena for one last time, and our fans have been terrific. I think our ticket guy told me yesterday, Chris Curtis, who's done a great job, but we're either first or second in league in home attendance, which is, again, a tribute to the Blazer faithful, and we appreciate that. We want to send these guys out on the right note, obviously. We've won 3 straight, 7 of 8. Our only loss in that period was a double overtime loss to North Texas, who's sitting number 2 in the standings, as we're currently at number 3. These last 3 games have huge impact, and the last one in Bartow is certainly going to be special for a number of guys. We brought in 2 kids in the Brewer brothers who already gone through senior night at other places, but we'll be honoring them, and I think they have both really made contributions to this year's team. But the 4 guys that we'll be focused on is Taven Levin, who's been here for 5 years. He's played the most games of any Blazer in the history of UAB's program. KJ Buffett, who came from Ole Miss and has made a huge impact. He's playing like an all-league caliber player here in his senior campaign. Trey Jemison, the Birmingham native, who's been with us now for 3 years and has just been a tremendous ambassador for our program and our university, both on and off the court. And then obviously Jelly. And Jelly, who's the reigning player of the year, he probably won't be player of the year this year because of the games missed and the fact that we are not in the standings as powerfully as we need to be. But he still got a chance to do some special things down the stretch and lead this team back to a conference tournament championship and hopefully another NCAA appearance. So those guys have been huge in us getting this program back to the Bartow standard.
Andy Kennedy with us. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. We were talking about this the other day. I'll tell you who we were talking about was Alabama because they were playing so many people right now and they all play well. But I always hear coaches talk about maybe shortening the rotations as you get closer to postseason play. Do you believe in that?
I just believe in playing the guys that are going to help you win.
Yeah.
If that's 5 guys, if that's 12 guys, I mean, let's just play to win. And for us, typically now, we're playing 8, 9 guys, but it doesn't mean we won't play 12 guys tomorrow. We're just based on the circumstances and who you have trust in. We've developed our bench. We feel really good about it. But when you got a guy like Jelly or a KJ or a Trey that is playing well, they're gonna get a lot of minutes.
We had somebody in our chat room. You mentioned the Brewer brothers and Ty over the last 4 games, averaging 14 and 7. And someone was asking, how did you get into his head? Was there anything that extra motivation for Ty over these last 4 games?
No, the one thing, and I've tried to be transparent in this in our conversations throughout the course of this season. The transfer portal has taught me a lot in the last 2 or 3 years that we've been heavily into it, and we will be moving forward. It's taught me a lot, and with Ty in L.A., we're their 3rd school. I am their 3rd coach. Different terminology, different set of circumstances, and it takes a little while to kind of figure out your role and how you can thrive in that role. And then with a guy like Ty, I was playing him really exclusively at the 4 early in the season, but I needed to find him more minutes, so we went to him at the 3, and he has really, really produced. He's shooting the ball in the basket. He made some huge defensive plays for us when Jelly was out with the 4 fouls, when we came back and won in San Antonio on Saturday, and he's been terrific in his role.
Do you like ending the regular season on the road before you do the tournament on the road? sort of go ahead and shake that familiarity and the comfort of home, get a couple of opportunities to get used to playing tournament basketball with a little road atmosphere? Do you like that?
Not a huge conspiracy theorist. I just play the games when they come. You know, I don't. A lot of people sit out and say, "Oh, that this is unfair," and this. I don't really. I got enough problems in my life. I don't really think about it that way. I'm gonna just play whoever's next.
Do you look at bracket projections? Because your buddy Huggy Bear, I mean, they've not had the best conference record. That's an incredible conference they're in, and a lot of people still have them in. Do you pay attention to that at all?
Of course, yeah, of course. I'm actually still on and I'm sure you guys get them too from Lenardi. He sends an email at this time of the year about every 3 hours, and I'm still, I guess, on the media stuff. When I was doing the TV stuff, I still get them, so obviously I open them and look at it. But I have been on both sides of these things, guys. I have been where, up until the conference tournament, everything looked good, and then it didn't turn out good. And I've also been where I was sitting in a room with my team really anxious to see whether or not we were going to get in, didn't know if we were, and we got in and had a chance to advance. So these things change like the wind.
I can't remember at Ole Miss. Were you ever one of the teams they had on camera, like on Selection Sunday? Well, we'll see if Ole Miss gets in. Were you ever that team?
No, we were never that team. They didn't. There wasn't a lot of direct flights between New York City and Oxford, Mississippi.
But you were on the bubble occasionally.
Oh, I lived on the bubble. I was Bubblicious. Remember the old Bubblicious?
I do.
They still have the. Is that still a thing?
I don't know. I haven't seen Bubble Yum or Bubblicious, Hubba Bubba, any of that stuff in a while.
I used to love it. It was good stuff in the 80s.
Yeah, no doubt. You pack it in Little League Baseball, and you want everybody to think you had chewing tobacco in your mouth. Remember that?
100%. 100%.
You said, you guys obviously have won 7 of 8. You're 28 games into the season, so your team is kind of what it is right now. But is there anything that you guys really need to work on to be able to close this thing out down the stretch?
Emotional stability. That's something that we talk about every day, just kind of staying in the moment, man, and controlling the things that we can. Since we've had Jelly back now for 6 games, we're back to scoring about 83 points per game. Our efficiency has gone up exponentially, as you would imagine that it would, with bringing back the 4th leading scorer in college basketball and the leading scorer in your league. Defensively, we've got to continue to make strides in that area. There's been moments that we've been really good. We've been inconsistent. We've got to have ball security. For us, if we can win on Thursday against Rice, a good Rice team that's playing well as they come into Bartow Arena, then we guarantee ourselves a bye, which is the goal. So then you got to win 3 games in 3 days as opposed to 4 and 4. If we win Thursday, regardless of what happens moving forward, we will guarantee that. Our goal is to try to finish winning the last 3, which would get us to 6 in a row and would get us to 10 out of 11. That's the goal, with a lot of steam going into Frisco.
We tried to get Jelly to tell us the phrase you go to when he knows you're pissed, and he wouldn't do it. You should know you've coached him up well. He would not rat you out on the phrase you use when you're really, really pissed.
Well, I'm not sure I have one catchphrase. I think I have a plethora of different phrases that I will go to, and Jelly's been on the receiving end of a few of those.
I think Jelly said that. I think he said, "You just know when he's pissed." Trust me.
You seem like the kind of guy, AK, that can make up cuss words.
Well, I tell you what, I think I'm pretty good in the usage of them.
Did you get a master's class from Huggins, or were you pretty good going into that?
He's got his PhD. I'm still working towards that. He's pretty creative. In the heat of the moment, you could say a lot of things. I tell you the thing about Jelly, he and I have such a good relationship. I mean, I go with him, and I allow him to kind of come back from time to time, and then we've got the ability to move on to the next thing. I know that just from seeing him, he's starting to feel 100%. The foot thing lingered a long time, and I'm not sure it'll ever be 100% this season without a much needed rest. But he's got a little spring in his step. He's now had 4 or 5 straight games at over 20 points. The game was on the line the other night against UTSA, and he rose up and hit a very, very difficult 3 off the bounce, which was very vintage Jelly. So hopefully he's ready for a strong push as well.
All right, he is Andy Kennedy, seniors, including Jelly Walker that he was just talking about, and a lot of really, really good players that have gotten UAB into a great position here and going to the tournament, about to play for another chance to go to a tournament. You can honor those players against Rice tomorrow night, 6:30 Bartow Arena, 6:30 tomorrow night, Bartow Arena, UAB and Rice.
I just noticed the other day when they released the football schedule, you better get used to playing Owls. There's 3 of them in your new league. Florida Atlantic, Rice, and
Temple.
Temple.
Wow.
Yeah, well, boy, that's a good fact.
Thank you. Your excitement, man.
I mean, that is excellent. That is excellent reporting, Tim. I can see how you used to be an investigative reporter.
Hey,
Right?
I don't always won 2 Emmys, Andy. You might not have known that.
You have not been that excited that I've said something since we were in a bar in Cincinnati one time. You looked right through me that night. Fantastic.
Thank you for the time, Andy. Good luck tomorrow night.
I've been in a lot of bars in Cincinnati, so I'm not quite familiar with what you were saying, but I'm sure it was hilarious.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Thank you, guys.
All right, Coach. Be good. Andy Kennedy with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, courtesy of Legacy Credit Union.
Yeah, before you guys treated me like crap, it was Andy Kennedy's job on the road for UAB back in the day.
I love Andy.
A walking pinata.
Yeah. When I would cover the Blazers and he was on Murray's staff, and we'd catch ourselves on the same road trip and go out. He would treat me like you treat me when we go out.
I think I treat you pretty good.
You do treat me pretty good until you don't.
Until I look through you.
Until you look through me. Bromberg's. You never want to look past Bromberg's when it comes to getting that perfect diamond for the question. Tell you what, man, had a friend get married this past weekend. The ring looked beautiful. They used Bromberg's. Can't beat the Bromberg's.
She's going to absolutely love that silver box. Something like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. Family owned and operated since 1836. They are your diamond specialist. 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. And Bromberg's is thrilled to be your official Oris jeweler. They are introducing another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. You'll find a wide selection of classics, rugged sports models, even limited edition novelty timepieces at the Summit store. Each timepiece superbly functional. They're available at the Summit store or online. Go to brombergs.com/watches/Oris.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Back with you on the next round. We're about to get to 4 downs in just a second, but let me tell you about a little basketball also happening in town on Thursday night. You know who hadn't played a home game in 3 weeks? Our friends with the Birmingham Squadron. But the Squadron, they're back in action. That's Thursday night, 7 o'clock, Legacy Arena. It is time for the Oklahoma City Thunder affiliate, the Oklahoma City Blue, in town. And the Squadron will also be celebrating Art in the Ham theme night. How about that? Local violinist will be there to play the national anthem. The Alabama Ballet will be there to halftime. Such a talented group there. And caricature artist will be on the concourse. Now, I'm down to go to that just for the caricature artist. Remember the trend when
they give you a really big head.
They do, and sometimes a longer nose than expected.
Yeah.
But remember that for a while, every radio show in America, their logo was caricature art.
Yeah, like
right?
that was late 80s, early 90s, back like Mark and Brian Mason and Dixon days, stuff like that. Yeah.
So I always wish we had one, and then we finally ended up getting one on our sticker. It's sort of a caricature,
A little bit, yeah. I like the way it looks better.
Not as much. I mean, it's more of just an animation than it is a caricature. But you can have a lot of fun Thursday night down with the Birmingham Squadron. Always Ticketmaster.com, Ticketmaster.com for all your tickets, and then 205-719-0850, 719-0850 for Squadron tickets all year. So Thursday night they're at home, Friday night they're at home as well. So a couple of Squadron games Thursday and Friday to go catch Birmingham's G League team coming out of the All-Star break right here in town at Legacy Arena. All right, we've touched on a lot today. If you want anything on Brandon Miller and the Jamea Harris case over in Tuscaloosa, you can go back and get it podcasted with Carol Robinson of AL.com and Tommy Spina, who answered a number of the legal questions. You can get that wherever you get our podcasts. That includes Odyssey, Alexa, Apple Podcasts, and with our friends on Spotify. Thanks for listening to us today on TuneIn and iHeartRadio, and for watching us, as you always do, on YouTube. Don't forget to like, thumbs up, and subscribe while you're there. Facebook, Twitter, and on Twitch as well. And remember, follow us on Instagram to get all the great content that Taylor Korn is sending out there. All right, with basketball happening tonight and a lot more, it is time to do 4 downs today. It is brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. 4 great locations, including the fine folks at Pell City.
Yeah, hey, if you're heading to a college basketball game tonight, Tuscaloosa or down in Auburn, Dead Battery is not going to get you there before your next road trip this winter. Take your vehicle down to Vulcan Tire and Automotive for that comprehensive battery check. We here at the Next Round trust our vehicles with the team at Vulcan Tire and Auto. We encourage you to do so as well. Locations all across the Birmingham area. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Who gets draft higher, Will Anderson or Brandon Miller?
Oh, I think Will Anderson could have without any of this. I mean, Will Anderson could easily be the number 1 overall pick. I don't think Brandon Miller was ever going to be the number 1 overall pick.
I think projections have them tied maybe 3-3, but I'm going to go Will Anderson. I think Will will be 2 or 3, and I could see Brandon being 3, 4, or 5.
Yeah, I've seen Will as far back as 5. I think once he gets to the combines, I think much like you were talking about the workouts coming up for. You brought somebody up that was going to do really well in the workouts.
Oh, Anthony Richardson.
Anthony Richardson. Yeah. I think Will Anderson will kill it.
Well, but to your point, that could impact Will Anderson, though he may be the number 1 talent on the board. If people keep trading up ahead of a team that needs defense,
position of need,
then he could drop down to 3, 4, or 5 as well. But I'm going to go Will Anderson.
Yeah, I'll go Will Anderson as well.
Second down.
Drew Barrymore, 48 years old today. Favorite Drew Barrymore role?
The kid on E.T.
I do think her early stuff, E.T. and Firestarter, were her best work.
Yeah, it's Lunsford's favorite movie of all time. I don't know if he likes her role in it.
Oh, 100% E.T.
Yeah.
Are you Fever Pitch?
No.
I bet you're Poison Ivy. Did you ever see her in Poison Ivy?
I didn't see her in Poison Ivy.
Naughty.
I loved her just appearance on Letterman. That would be my favorite moment of Drew Barrymore of all time. But I'm going to say my favorite one is 50 First Dates.
Man, she did a bunch of shitty movies. I mean, when you start to look at this.
She did a lot of rom-coms.
50 First Dates is an Adam Sandler, Rob Schneider flick, and most of those are just goofy humor. She actually plays a pretty good role in it, though.
I mean, touching it in places.
Yeah.
I may have cried.
I'm sure you did. The storyline basically, Lance, is she had an accident or something?
Yep.
And, I mean, it's completely far-fetched, but she loses her memory every time she goes to sleep. So every day is
she wakes up
with a blank memory, and they fall in love, but every night she forgets they fall in love. But the way she portrays it, I think she actually did a pretty good job.
Day for dating.
A little bit Groundhog Day, yeah.
And it's you go on 50 new dates every day. It's the first date every time.
Yeah, it's actually, I would say, and I agree with Ross, it's one of Sandler's best movies, actually, 50 First Dates. Now, it's still Sandler and Rob Schneider, so it's got a lot of that in there.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you.
Third down.
Also haven't seen a ton of Sandler movies, so that's unfair for me to say.
Dr. J, 73 today. Better career, Dr. J or Bryce, ultimately Bryce Harper. Dr. J or Bryce Harper.
Ooh, two Philly guys.
Yep. Dr. J.
I think Dr. J's probably considered a top 10 of all time.
I don't know now.
He was for a minute.
He was for a minute. I think he's probably been pushed out of the top 10.
Top 15 then? I don't know that Bryce Harper's ever going to be considered a top 15 basketball player.
I would agree with that, and there is nothing Bryce Harper does that nobody tries to emulate when they're playing on the playground or anything. But everybody tried to do that Dr. J rock and spin it off the backboard, or if you could rock it and dunk it. Yeah,
our old intern Jack Poole.
That's right. Years after Dr. J was in the league.
Yeah. And Dr. J could drive that baseline and have that pose for the dunk.
They both had good hair.
Dr. J was the man. Yeah.
Fourth down.
You guys realize George Washington, our first president, would have been 291 today?
G-Dubs.
291.
Better career. George Washington?
By the way, a little closer than I'm comfortable with the guy in the office now in George Washington. I mean, 80 and 290, 80 and 291. They're only separated by 211 years.
So better career, though. George Washington or Babe Ruth?
Oh, by the way, not a political statement. I'm just for younger people in the office these days.
It is weird. I mean, Donald Trump was old, too. I think he was our oldest president ever to take oath, if I'm not mistaken. And then I think Biden exceeded it. It's weird how we only elect old people president.
Let's back it up. Let's find somebody in their 40s and 50s.
That's right. I'm with you 100%
Let's
on
reset this thing.
So G-Dubs was a really good general, Lance.
Yep.
So I mean, he had a dual career there. I mean, Babe was kind of he only had the one career.
Well, I mean, he pitched and he hit.
He did. But general and commander in chief. I mean, that's
we never traded George Washington away.
It's a good point.
We never candy bar. After George.
That's again not after Babe Ruth.
I know.
Yeah,
Baby Ruth.
Yes. I'm gonna say George Washington better career.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go George Washington, father of the country. What was Babe Ruth the father of? We'll never know.
Yeah, a lot of people.
A lot of the country, but George Washington was the father of the entire country, Lance. So I'm gonna go George Washington.
I would go. I'll go G-Dub as well.
Who do you think made it longer?
Who lived longer?
Oh, Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth was a fairly old man when he died, wasn't he?
I think he made it into his 60s.
Yeah, I think G-Dubs went early because I think he went early back in the day.
Yeah, I'd say 50. I'd say 58 for George Washington, 66 for Ruth.
Babe Ruth made it until he was 53.
Oh, no.
Yikes.
Yeah, and G-Dubs was 67.
Are you kidding me?
I'm going to say Babe probably had a lot of things rounding the bases in that bloodstream of his.
Yeah, but just imagine.
I don't know what got him.
All the stuff that could kill you in 1777.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, you stub your toe, you can die back.
Including a red coat.
He lived through all those.
All right, that is 4 Downs today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, again, make sure you get a look at that battery. It's wintertime. Don't get stuck out in the cold. Winter weather takes a toll on car batteries, so get your car starting strong every single time with a battery check from our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Their team will keep you on the road no matter the weather. We here at the Next Round trust our vehicles with our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Pritch Law says common knowledge that George Washington had marijuana crops, smoked hella weed.
Oh, I don't doubt that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
back
doubt
before
that
we
either.
criminalized it. Even our founding fathers were smoking the weed back in the day.
So I mentioned I had some friends in. I know we need to go, but I had some friends into town last night, and we had dinner with them. And they had spent a month in Thailand earlier this year, or at the end of last year.
It's a long time in Thailand.
It is, but they said it was phenomenal. They said it is so cheap over there. But he was telling me that the top half of the country used to be all opium plants, and the king just overnight decided we're going to get rid of opium and we're going to do coffee. So they burned basically the entire northern half of their country. And I said, what do you think that high must have been like?
Oh, my God.
You're burning acres of opium plants.
I know coffee's...
How good is that coffee right now?
That coffee's profitable, but it ain't nothing like opium.
I don't know why the king decided, but he decided.
Yeah, he's the king. Bob says George Hashington, am I right? He does have buggy eyes on that $1 bill. He does look like...
That does seem like he got shortchanged a little bit because the $1 bill is not nearly what it used to be.
Yeah, but if your jersey number's 1, you want to stick with that.
Yeah, you say that, but I mean, I agree with what you're saying.
I mean,
but
currency is going away, unfortunately.
it is, but what do you see more of, the $1 bill or Abe Lincoln on the 5?
No, the
Back
one.
in the day,
There
it
you
was
go.
the 1.
Yeah,
right?
well, I still think it's
or
the
Ben
1.
Franklin on the 100.
Yeah,
you see more of the ones.
I think the 100 and the 20 are the top.
I mean, right now it's the 20s because that's what your ATM spits out.
Yeah,
for
Andrew
those that
Jackson.
go to ATMs.
Andrew Jackson gets a good run on the 20s.
I thought you had an ATM that spits out George Washington's.
They do. My wife, it's my wife's bank. I don't even claim it. I won't say who it is because they got money in there, but not a fan. I'm a online banker.
I've never heard of an ATM spin out singles.
You can choose. How do you want it? And since I'm going to LT to lose my money gambling
Doing
or to the
singles?
golf course, I'm able to get it in 20s, 5s, and 1s.
I don't get the ones.
Yeah, you can spit out once. Man, it works great. All right, that is that segment right there, and we appreciate Vulcan Tires being with us as they've been for a long, long time. When we come back, we continue the conversation with Todd Fuhrman on Vegas about what's happening this weekend in basketball, including big games tonight down in Auburn, Alabama, where the Tigers are a big, big favorite over Ole Miss and what Bruce Pearl calls a must-win game. That and a lot more straight ahead on TNR.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone, the New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
LT, we've got a chance to win Chuck's Bucks coming up here with our bracket challenge. And you right now, as you watch us or listen to us before we talk to Todd Fuhrman, can actually go ahead and secure your spot in our big bracket challenge coming up. Go ahead today and secure your spot.
Yeah, you secure the spot. Just download the QR code. We're going to send you a reminder. You'll have an opportunity from Selection Sunday to the first games on Thursday morning to get your selections in. Somebody's going to win. Hopefully Chuck's Bucks. If not, we've got some other great prizes from Charles Barkley himself. We'll give you more information on the prize list when we get that all together. But pick up a bottle of Red Mont Vodka. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind it. It's a local product. Their aim is clarity and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Red Mont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish. No harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled. Available at your local package and ABC stores.
All right, Todd Fuhrman is with us. BetTheBoardPodcast.com. At Todd Fuhrman on Twitter. Former odds maker there at Caesars Palace. Get all the games. We're going to talk a lot of them here, but you get a ton of them at BetTheBoardPodcast.com. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Fuhrman? How are you?
I'm doing well, gentlemen. Hopefully you guys are holding up this fine Wednesday morning.
Yes, sir. Doing fantastic. Let's start with Alabama tonight. 17.5. I know South Carolina's no good and Alabama really is, but 17.5 on the road in college basketball, that is a lot of points.
It's definitely a big number, and obviously when you're handicapping the game, it's tough to get in the heads of all these 17 and 18-year-old kids trying to figure out where their level of focus will be given everything that's transpiring off the court. South Carolina, not exactly anything to write home about by any stretch of the imagination. And on the surface, this number actually looks a touch light, but it has been bet down from 18.5 to 17, and you can understand why. For me, if I was going to make a case for South Carolina, I'd probably try and get them in the first half, hope they keep the game competitive for 20 minutes before the wheels completely fall off. But there is no doubt this Gamecocks team, if you watch them on a night-in, night-out basis, I'm still trying to figure out how they've actually accumulated 10 wins so far through their first 27 games. So first half or pass, probably a game I'd steer clear from.
Todd Golden, no Castleton with the Florida Gators, but they're just a skinny underdog at home against Kentucky, who seems to be finding their stride right now.
And when you look at the first meeting between these two teams, Colin Castleton clearly the MVP for Florida in that 72-67 loss at Rupp, a game where Florida erased a double-digit deficit. And you look at the stat lines, Castleton 25 points of the team's 67. But we see it all the time in sports, especially at the college level, that a game or two without a superstar, everybody else raises their level of play. It's as you get a much larger sample size, and we'll see how long the hand injury keeps Castleton out, that it begins to get a little bit more problematic. This is a game, guys, that opened with Kentucky a 3-point favorite. You've seen a little bit of buying for the Florida Gators coming down. 3 would probably be my cutoff, but it wouldn't shock me at all if Florida finds a way to get a big win, even against the Kentucky team who's strung together back-to-back wins, but hard to ignore some of their uneven performances on the road. They haven't exactly run away and hid from inferior opponents. We don't have to look much further than what transpired Saturday, February 11th, when they lost outright to Georgia by 7 points.
When you look at UConn, they were a team that I thought back in December could make it to a Final Four. They hit a bump in the road in the middle part of the season. Could be trending in a better direction as we get to the tournament. Providence and UConn tonight, two teams that I watch, and I think to myself, they're about on the same level. Seems like a tough game to call tonight. How do you like that Big East matchup?
It's so interesting when you look at UConn's full body of work this year. You go through the resume, and then you try and make sense of some of the losses they suffered in conference. But other than back-to-back losses in the middle of January against St. John's and Seton Hall, you can understand why the team was swept in the season series by a good Xavier team. We saw how good Marquette can be with a massive road win last night that gives them the inside track to winning the regular season conference championship with that big win over Creighton. And then you look at the most recent loss for UConn, a 3-point loss on the road in Omaha against those same Blue Jays. These two teams, when they played earlier this year, you had UConn get blown off the floor, losing that game by 12, but the market was still at a high in early January for UConn. I actually think the Huskies are a little bit undervalued right now. At the same time, you're not exactly stealing anything with this number sitting in that 7.5 range. I'd probably be more inclined to look at this game live. I would definitely want a little bit of exposure to the favorite, more so than backing Ed Cooley's bunch, but I'd hope this number opened in that 5.5 range instead of being bet all the way to 7.5.
Todd Fuhrman with us, bettheboardpodcast.com. You can also find him on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman, former oddsmaker Caesars Palace, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. So Auburn's a big favorite against Ole Miss. Their next two after that are at Kentucky, at Alabama. They'll be dogs in both those. But if it comes down, if they need a win against Tennessee, they're favored against Tennessee at home at the end of the year, right?
You know what? It's all going to depend on exactly what we see from Auburn leading up to that game. If they were to get saddled with losses against Kentucky and Alabama, there's a chance that they could open a short underdog in that spot. But regardless of how those two teams get to the finish, you wouldn't be looking at Auburn more than a 1.5, 2-point underdog, barring injury, and Tennessee, potentially being in that 1.5, 2 range as well. We can only hope, guys, when we get the return date in Auburn, that it's not going to be as ugly as that 46-43 game these two teams played earlier this year that I think set basketball back, 100 years to the James Naismith days from an efficiency standpoint and everything else, both teams averaging less than 0.7 points per possession. We know there's a high level of familiarity and defensive prowess there, but the Auburn team for me has been real difficult to try and figure out. I just don't know what I'm going to get from them on a night-in, night-out basis on the offensive side. You'd think they would bounce back today against Ole Miss, but again, not sure I'm ready to lay a big number with a team that's lost 4 out of 5 and comes in off that 2-point defeat at the hands of Vanderbilt.
Neutral court, and let's say that Alabama gets on the other side of all this in their hole and they're playing good basketball. Is Kansas the only team on a neutral court that would be favored against Alabama?
So I'm a little bit of an outlier here. I actually make Houston a 1-point favorite against Alabama as well. Now, I'm not quite sure exactly how that matchup would go. You're talking about an Alabama team that would have to display a little bit more physicality because we know Houston is going to contest every single shot coming from the perimeter. But right now, there's no doubt that Kansas has improved their overall body of work. I mean, clearly, when you look at Bill Self's teams, they trend in the right direction when it matters most, and that 3-game losing streak in January appears to be a thing of the past. But as far as how they performed based on market expectations, I think they're actually a little bit undervalued right now, but I would still actually make Alabama a slight favorite over Kansas in that 1.5 range.
More basketball if these guys want to ask you, but over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Benjamin wants to ask you about NASCAR. After you saw the Ricky Stenhouse win at the Daytona 500, California this week, and then to Las Vegas, to your town on the NASCAR circuit. How much do you follow the NASCAR? Who would you like at the Auto Club Speedway this weekend out in California?
Follow it inside and out, and we'll actually have our second Stay Green podcast of the season that'll drop on the Bet the Board channel later this week. So for those folks looking for NASCAR a little bit more in depth, we'll cover it in great detail. It's going to be interesting because the weather forecast out here on the West Coast isn't doing us any favors. So we'll see if practice gets washed out at Auto Club Speedway, which will change the dynamic a little bit. When I go into this season, I wanted to be on Kyle Busch as early and often as possible. I think the 8 car is poised to put together a truly remarkable bounce-back season, especially when a driver that talented races with a chip on his shoulder. So the only early week exposure I have is Kyle Busch at 12-1 to grab the checkered flag this weekend. Typically, when it comes to NASCAR, I'll build out my portfolio and race card a lot more heavily Saturday afternoon, evening. If you're looking on the Xfinity side, though, I did take a piece of Cole Custer at 4-1 in Saturday's race.
We talk about having to have a still gut to bet college basketball. I can't imagine trying to handicap a super speedway race. I mean, the end of those races is just a complete and total crapshoot.
Buy yourself a nice dartboard, Brown. Combine that with your favorite 50-cent piece and try and use that to give yourself at least an inkling of what to expect. Honestly, the 2 races that we see at Daytona, the 2 races at Atlanta Motor Speedway since the repave, and of course at Talladega, those are races that I'll have a fraction, if anything, invested just because of that level of unpredictability. And I know a lot of people love some of the long shot prices, and it caters more to a recreational bettor, in my opinion. But I'd rather keep my money on the sidelines than start flipping coins claiming that I have any semblance of an edge.
Could we convince you to come to a race at Talladega with us? It's a blast. It is incredible, Fuhrman.
It'd definitely be something I'd be interested in. The race during the fall for the playoffs, probably tough during football season, but we can definitely have a little bit of a discussion about the spring race to try and come down there. Although I may need LT's leadership to try and take me along Talladega Boulevard because my virgin eyes haven't seen some of the things that I've heard about transpiring over the course of a race weekend, so I might be a changed man after 72 hours down there.
Oh, you live in Vegas. We can handle that. Hey, Fuhrman, I guarantee I'm the only one on the panel that will be suckered into getting the fight on Sunday between Jake Paul and Tommy Fury. Jake Paul, this is his first professional fight against a, quote, real boxer. I don't even know what this number is right now. And, I try to tell people that Jake Paul, for what he is, he's got heavy hands. I don't know if he's a professional boxer, but Tommy Fury is a guy that kind of knows what he's doing. How do you feel about this bout? Will you watch it? And where is that number right now?
The biggest thing and the question that I have, whether it's Jake Paul or his brother that get into the ring, the legitimacy of some of these fights. Now, if you're going to go all the way to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, I'd like to think it's going to be on the up and up because there's probably a lot easier places to try and have a bout like this. Jake Paul right now is right around $1.80 favorite. You can find him as low as $1.70 or upwards of $1.95. My feeling in all of this is that the Paul brothers aren't getting into the ring unless they've been able to handpick their opponents and continue to get paydays not just for themselves, but some of the folks that they'll be matching up with in some of these boxing exhibitions. You're right, though. This is clearly a step up in class. But when you look at Jake Paul's mechanics, a little bit better than I think he's given credit for. And for me, it'd be favored or pass. But again, something that I'm not really running to try and bet by any stretch of the imagination. When you look at the rounds prop, though, 6.5, you do have to lay $1.70 to go over. And for me, as far as watching, there's no doubt I may be trying to look for a bootleg feed. I'm not sure I'll pony up the money to watch it on pay-per-view.
Samuel in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room asked Fuhrman about baseball odds. A lot of Braves fans here as we get ready for spring training games to start. Who are our favorites to win this thing, and where do the Braves fit in?
Braves right towards the top of the ladder, and the one thing that Braves fans should be optimistic about is how much better this lineup will look if you can keep Ronald Acuna Jr. healthy. And I have to give the Braves a ton of credit for solidifying their roster, committing to some of their young stars at franchise-friendly deals that'll have them positioned to really do some damage. And when you're looking as far as odds to actually win the whole thing, I mean, it is a logjam up top, and I don't think it'll surprise anybody when you're trying to figure out who's up there. With the Astros, a 5-1 favorite, the Yanks a shade behind them, and then it's a logjam. Dodgers, Mets, Braves, Padres, Phillies, Blue Jays, all bunched up from that 8-1 to 15-1 range. Haven't done my deep dive yet necessarily on some of the win totals that are out there. Haven't wanted to create a lot of exposure. But when you're looking at some of the ulterior markets as far as Cy Young and everything else along those lines, guys, I was a little bit surprised to see Sandy Alcantara still disrespected, even in the wake of his dominant performance last year, knowing he pitches in a pitcher-friendly ballpark. Wouldn't shock me at all if he stays healthy, if he's able to win the Cy Young for the second straight season.
All right, Todd Fuhrman, a lot of things here. First of all, bettheboardpodcast.com. Great place to get the Going Green podcast he talked about there for NASCAR. all the stuff he does, bettheboardpodcast.com. If you're a hockey fan, want to play some hockey games, check out his YouTube show with hockey. Just follow him on Twitter, @Todd Fuhrman on Twitter. And you can see all of that there. Fuhrman, thank you for the time. Have a great week. Enjoy the games.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen. You guys do the same. We'll chat next week.
All right, buddy. Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
All right, we'll put the wraps on this show coming up here in just a second. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness. Your journey to healthy living is the catch line. It's not about losing weight. It's about healthy living. For me, it literally saved my life a few years ago when my blood pressure numbers were getting to a scary level. My cholesterol levels were to a scary level. They helped me lose weight. They got those blood pressure and cholesterol numbers in check. You can do it too. Just go to the website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. No cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed for you. The program is overseen by board certified professionals. Leslie and her board certified team will help you out. There are no contracts. There are no sign-up fees, and you can get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com. Tell them you want to plan like Jim. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook @Next Round Live.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the Live Daily Show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
All right, final segment here today, and obviously a lot of conversation even on SportsCenter now. It's now an Outside the Line story about Brandon Miller and what came out in court yesterday. Again, new information for those of us in the general public, not new to authorities or to Alabama's coach or athletic director. That was something they knew back in January 16th. Anything you guys want to add to that conversation before we put a wraps on it today?
A couple things that I had seen, that might have in the initial reporting either been misreported, misunderstood, or, got misconstrued, whatever miss you want to use there. The whole quote-unquote blockade of the cars. As Carol Robinson told us, there was nothing that came up in the initial hearing that said that was intentional. I would imagine that's something that comes up, and if this does go to a criminal trial, something that would come up in front of the jury there. And I was initially confused by some
on
of the
that though. One point, because somebody in the chat room, Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, continued to yell at me. It was an alley, and so they had no other way to pull their vehicles into it. So if it's a one-way alley, if two cars are so-called blocking it in, there's nowhere else they can go. The only thing I would say about that, if there is this threat, why you're pulling in this alley? I don't know, but I'm just saying that's what they said. There was only one way in, one way out.
Right. The other thing was, and I had seen some, speculation. Somebody said the gun is in the hat, and the slang words were used here, but the gun is in the hat, and there's a bullet in the chamber. And I had seen some initial reporting that wasn't clear as to whether or not it was Brandon Miller, because I thought that was an important point.
Oh, yeah, because then guns loaded,
that's
ready
right.
to roll.
If Brandon Miller pulls up and says, hey, the gun's right back there and it's got a bullet in the chamber, then Brandon Miller's got a lot more explaining to do. That was not Brandon Miller. And Carol Robinson, way back in the first hour, if you want to go back and look that, cleared that up and said that it was Miles that apparently said that as he handed the gun over to Davis. The gun is in the hat and bullet in the chamber or whatever. So those are two things that, to me, I'm glad were at least somewhat cleared up today.
And remember, there's video evidence, as Carol pointed out, not only from, I think she said, a video camera from the Houndstooth. There's another camera. The Strip is riddled with cameras for, situations for altercations, traffic, post-game, after Alabama football games and things like that. And also dash cam video, which I'm not familiar with, other than police officers having dash cam video. I didn't know, regular citizens rolled around with dash cam video. And I was told yesterday that it's very popular if you drive Uber or Lyft, that you have dash cam video to basically protect yourself from different situations.
Or if you have any sort of corporate decals on your vehicle, because any sort of accident, they can try to, sue your company for a lot of things this day and age.
But
so if you've got video.
Why would they have dash cam?
Well, Brandon Miller hasn't. I don't know why he would have dash cam video, but apparently, according to the court testimony, they were using his dash cam video as well as part of the evidence for how the scene went down. And that is, one thing of all the things we don't know, there's video of everything because they've got 3 different angles of everything that went down. So, depending on your belief in all of this, there's a good hard video evidence of the physical facts that went down. But Tommy Spina, who was with us earlier, talked about much of our legal system is based on mental thoughts that go into the act of the crime.
And that was the other thing. If you want to go back to our second hour went super long because Tommy was in studio with us, you can go back and see what he said. But a lot of people are asking the question, why is Darius Miles charged and Brandon Miller not charged? And Tommy did a good job in answering that on a couple of fronts. Number one, it's all about intent. Accessory to murder requires some sort of understanding of intent or intent. And number two, and I thought you had mentioned this before, Tommy said it as well, if you go into a scene and arrest absolutely everybody that's involved and charge them, you've eliminated a pretty big witness pool here. So it is not uncommon for prosecutors to look at that and say, could I charge them with a crime? Yes. Could I convict them? It would be really, really hard to convict them. Why not then use them as a witness? Did what they do rise to the level that I should charge them with something? Probably not. But you know what they did? They saw everything.
Yep. And I think
so they're a witness now.
Another thing, I think we all assume Brandon Miller will play tonight against South Carolina.
I don't know why you suspend him now.
What's going to be interesting is how the team reacts. We talked to Todd Fuhrman about that 17.5-point spread. Is Alabama focused? Mentally, does this break this team down? How does Brandon Miller play? Stuff that obviously is a lot less important in the grand scheme of things. But it will be interesting moving forward to see how this Alabama team plays.
Tyler says, mildly famous people have dash cams. Same reason as corporate vehicles. I rear end Jim Dunaway and then try to sue Double Down Media. Good luck on both of those fronts. I'm too good of a driver. But in seriousness, the debate over there, I was just saying I was not calling them weird. I was just saying I'm not familiar with the dash cams other than police officers having them. I've never had one, and nobody in my family has had one. And I've been in y'all's cars, and I assume neither one of you have one.
That's what you assume.
Yeah, but maybe you're recording me, and I don't know. So I wasn't calling them weird. I just called them new to me, and that was information I was learning yesterday. The other side of this, we've talked a lot of the legal side of this. There's a whole debate that nobody can settle on, whether it's going to come down to whatever you believe on whether Brandon Miller should have been suspended back on January 16th, whether he should be suspended now. You heard Brown just say, you didn't suspend him on January 16th. Why are you going to suspend him now? Because Nate Oates has led us to believe he knew all the information back then on January 16th, right?
Oh,
That's what he says.
Alabama knew this the night it happened.
Right.
So they've chosen, as we said early on in the show today, they chose to play Brandon Miller and Jaden Bradley a long time ago.
Yeah.
Knowing everything that we now know.
And the optics are bad, but you've got to assume, too, that Alabama had all of their attorneys present, asked every question, and made sure that they said their opinions, they felt like he could be clear.
So somewhere back then, they made the decision. So if you're waiting for Brandon Miller to be suspended now, that likely isn't going to happen unless the fact that you're on, outside the lines and, a lot of national discussion about it changed the way you felt back on January 16th. Now that it's out in the public's eye and discussion, then that can change maybe a decision that's going to be made, not something a lot of people are expecting or want, but it has been discussed today on the show. Two different discussions there totally. One legally, and one is about what should happen inside a basketball program on the college ranks.
Well, I would say this. You've chosen to play him already based on what you know. It looks very weak that once it gets reported, then you change your course. I would say you've already made this choice. You've decided whatever consequences come from continuing to play him, we're going to deal with that. If you just stand by that for the next 48 to 72 hours, people move on from this story. Now, you're still going to get criticism for it, but it's not going to be the biggest story in sports anymore. And after one game, you play him one more game, you're not going to feel that same amount of pressure. You've already made this choice. If you're Alabama, I think you stick with it. I don't know why you wouldn't.
No, you're right, and because there's always a new news cycle that comes through. But this team will hear about it each time they take the court.
There's no doubt they will.
And it will be something that will be the backdrop of the season for however long it lasts.
And this team has shown to be very mentally strong, and I don't know how this will impact them, if at all. They've likely known as much about this as anyone, so I don't think it was a surprise to Alabama's players yesterday when this came out either. But they are going to hear about it on the road. The good news is, in terms of that, you go to South Carolina. That's not exactly a tough road spot. You're not going to go to some of the tougher road venues where this might really get brought up a lot.
One more question I wanted to ask you guys that I meant to ask early when we first started. If this was a player in Brandon Miller that was playing 3 minutes a game and averaging 2 points a game, would he still be on the team?
Don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, I
think what you're asking me, do great players get preferential treatment sometimes? The answers are yes. But in this case, I don't know. But historically, do great players get preferential treatment? Yes.
I agree with you.
Yeah. All right. That's our show. And as I started it off, we don't know how to do anything except be honest with you. We can't fake any other emotion. We can't cover up any emotion. We just lay it all out as honestly as we can. And when 4 hours is over with, we pack it up and we do it again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. Thanks for all the comments. I think we went over 2,000 or at least over 1,000 comments in the chat room today. Thank you for participating there. Thanks for jumping in with us on Twitter, as always, at Next Round Live. All the comments on our other platforms, all 12 of them. We're back at it again with another live show tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Times. Thank you to Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Drink responsibly. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.